And we are live.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
And my voice
We called it. We called it.
and my voice grumbles and pops for some
Boosh.
reason.
Boosh.
Yep.
Timed it so well.
We did.
Oh, I knew that was coming.
Do I even want to
No.
know?
No, you don't.
Absolutely not.
Nope.
Man, everybody is like booming tonight.
Sorry.
Sorry.
The excitement.
It's real. Oh my god, that was great. Hi.
Yeah, couldn't have timed that better, Zorro.
Yep. Seriously.
We'll put it this way. Zora just moments before you went live, Zora went, and this would be the moment that we'll be taking live.
Like, I'm gonna say something funny, and that's the moment Maroja would say, "And we're live," and then no context.
I mean, that's usually how it goes.
And then I immediately said it, and then you said, "And we're live," and I was like, "Yes!" Maybe nailed it. We'll find out when the video comes back.
God.
Yeah, you guys didn't say anything. Because I said, and we're live, and I like did 1, 2, and then unmuted you.
That was
Yeah.
probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably a good thing because we laughed right after you said it.
Yeah. We were loud.
so it worked out.
Yeah, you were. You guys are like super peaking on the mixer tonight, and I have no idea why.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's the
What?
excitement.
It
It
must
is.
be. It must be because I was like looking at the mixer. I've got you all at what? 59% on the volume mixer on the computer, and you guys are still peaking into red.
Good.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's the excitement for the final episode of
Yep.
No Way Out.
Second
Mhm.
last, I got a travel role to do.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
No.
It's gonna be 2 more episodes because of our roles.
So
Fair.
how is everyone doing tonight?
Doing all
Doing
right.
good.
How about you?
Doing good.
Good. Good.
Excite.
I've been working on things.
So have I.
What kind of things?
Things of the D&D nature. Things of the Avatar nature. Things of the
yeah.
Halloween nature.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hopefully things of a withered waste nature too.
It's in there somewhere.
Don't
It's a-
forget our game.
It's in the D&D nature.
The holiday season is our busiest time for one shots.
Yeah.
We've got 3 lined up right now, well,
Mhm.
potentially 4. So it's like, damn.
Well, and the nice thing about a lot of these campaigns and adventures kind of being interconnected is when you're working on one of them, you're also kind of working on all of them.
Yep.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
So I guess we should probably just jump in. I don't remember where we started off last session, though.
Oh
So why
God.
don't you remind me. I was
Wait.
going through a lot of stuff. And I forgot
was-
to
No.
review it.
That when we found the box in the grass? Box, not box?
It was the morning after that, I believe.
Yeah.
We said, fuck that thing. We don't know what it is. Could be dangerous, and walked away. Then we had a celestial following us.
Mhm. Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
That's
it's
where we
the
left
middle
off.
part of that sandwich that I don't remember. I remember the start. I remember
The
the
sun,
end.
the fake sun.
Big sun,
Following
we
us.
walked for a while. Don't think a lot happened on that
I
walk.
don't think a lot did. No, I think
No.
It was
We-
mostly
we-
the
we-
celestial.
We finished up the goblins,
you were rolling kind of
That's where we
middle of the
started.
road
We
travel
finished
stuff.
the crocodiles.
and then
So there was no
we didn't.
encounters. Yeah, and I think it was on the second travel roll of the day is when the second sun was noticed,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
it kind of tracked you guys throughout the day and into the night. You watched as it slowly moved and morphed itself to resemble the moon in the sky as well. And at one point during the night, it most definitely made itself known when it floated down right beside your protective dome and started to circle around it. With a bit of experimentation from Isa, you quickly learned that stepping outside of the dome was going to be a bad idea, as she was about to do that and it charged right at her, showing that despite this magical dome shielding you from everything, it could see or sense you in some way. know where you were. And so it kind of stalked around you guys for the evening until it came to Xena's shift for the night. And Xena decided to tap into her inner bard and tell this glowing winged celestial sphere a grand tale of adventure, which it was quite fond of. It began to kind of sway and move and almost act out this story with Xena as she was telling it. And at the end of it, it was pleased enough, I guess you could say, that it opted to leave you guys be and depart right as the morning sun was beginning to rise. As you guys woke up and began to pack up your camp, a glowing feather was found that was likely from this creature. Whether it left it behind on purpose or it just happened to fall off of its wing as it was smashing its face into the dome, who knows? But it was there. You collected it and took it with you. And I think that is where we were picking up right after that feather was found. The morning has risen. You guys I don't think you had breakfast yet, or you ate rations or something.
We did eat. It was we were
Yeah.
getting ready to leave when
Okay.
when all that started happening. Yeah.
So we are at that point now where your camp is packed up. You're ready to hit the road, or if there's anything that anyone wants to do in this area before you depart, now is the time. You know you are very close to your destination.
Nope.
Right? So I guess the $1 million question here is, who is going to be taking the lead for the first bit of travel on the final day?
Either can.
I think Zara will, unless anybody has any objections. If we just want to make Xerix roll all the
I'm okay
travel
with that.
rolls.
If you want Xerix to roll, I support that decision.
It'll give me a chance to do better cosplay next week when we're back because we need I'll have time to put polka dots on like I wanted to, but I ran out of time.
You know, it would probably be a good
Leverage
idea
that.
if I pulled up my character sheet.
Maybe.
I give you the compass as per usual.
As per usual.
I mean, come on, you don't want to get lost on our last couple of travel rolls?
Though much like a book, Zara doesn't know how to read a compass.
I mean, she's passed it enough times
Right.
to where she's just like, hey, you see this letter right here, that little pointer? You make sure it's that way.
All right, it's going to be a 19 survival.
Okay.
And then a 71. It's a 1, right? Yes. It's a 1.
1971. Okay, so you set out onto the road with your group in tow. It is fairly cloudless this morning. There are a few white, puffy clouds up in the sky that provide the occasional bit of shade. Cool breeze blows through the area. Morning birds are chirping. It is serene. It is very unlike the desert. This grass, this foliage, these trees, this life that isn't trying to kill you at every turn. It's very, very unlike the desert. And it's comforting in a weird foreign way. You some of you anyway, do enjoy your time in the desert. It's home. It's what you grew up in. It's what you know. But this is a completely different part of the world, a part of the world that some of you may not have even known existed. That landscapes such as this aren't just things in stories and books, pictures, that they are out there and they're not too far from the borders of your home. It's sobering in a way, almost. there's so much out here in the world that you have yet to see, and you know that you still have plenty of time in your lives to see it. And the first block of travel goes without issue on this easy road to Delure.
So what I'm hearing is HP Fox wants us to go off the path episodes for another 3 months.
Suddenly we turn around.
I wouldn't be surprised.
We
I
decided
think
to
I left
call
something back on the mountain.
we decide
Derek's
that
roll.
that spider is just a little too smug, and now it's time to go deal with it.
And, you know, there's still that ship we heard about crashed inside a mountain. We should just search all the mountains looking for it.
Right?
Should there might be a magic dragon killing sword there? We don't know.
Mm-hmm. Quite a few things got left behind on that ship.
Well, as long
There's
as we
plenty of
don't
dragon killing swords.
run into any more paladins or elves or priests wanting to give us a blessing, maybe we'll get there in time.
That was weird. The guy was weird.
Yeah, he was weird.
I don't trust someone that doesn't fight.
Have you
Not
noticed
natural.
that most of the
Weird.
paladins that we've run into have either been weird or lost?
They got problems.
Are paladins directionally impaired?
I'm starting to believe yes.
Is that a prerequisite for their beliefs?
Bad with directions, can't read a map. Blessing everybody they come across.
To become a paladin, you must be lost first.
Maybe that's how they find these lost people and they go, "You're a paladin."
That is the
Makes
lamest
sense.
way of joining any kind of organization
Right?
ever.
Probably why we don't have any.
Lame.
I'll take oaths are lost. God damn it.
So, as your group is walking down this road and collectively bashing paladins,
As one
who
does.
is going to take the lead for the next block of travel in the day?
Xerax.
Yeah,
we need,
I'm
we need
not.
one
I'm not.
final hurrah.
Do
I'm
it,
not-
Yeah,
do
come
it.
on,
I'm
let's
not
do
making
it.
all the. I'm
Alright.
not making all the travel rolls tonight. Leader only did one. You guys do the
We-
rest.
No,
We need
we
a final
collectively
hurrah.
decided Xerix.
Okay. Okay.
We're volunteering you to
Here-
go.
Here's
Use
the
the worst
scene.
dice.
Here's the scene. Every single one of us is standing on a, for the better part, well-traveled road. And we all look at Xerix. He can't mess this up.
And you know what? She'll give Xerix the compass.
Well,
Uh,
in the past, Sabira has. But we didn't get lost. At
what if
least.
we rolled out today?
You got this, Xerix.
Survival, I believe, was the first
Yeah.
roll.
Zara always does survival because that's her best stat.
Pick the most
Um,
obscure
'cause you
thing because
can't-
apparently
you
that
can't-
hasn't saved you.
You can't do a medicine check for a travel roll. So
Intimidate nature.
Intimidating.
No,
my move.
because intimidation is charisma based, and that's a bad idea.
Oh, that's
yep,
True.
I've got a -1 in charisma.
You can do zoomies.
That is a Xena trademark, intimidating nature.
You know what? Because I've seen Xena do it in the past, and it has worked. I'm going to do the scout ahead with athletics.
Okay.
And we
Go
never
ahead,
hear
give
from
me that
Xerix again.
Suddenly Xerix is lost, but the rest of us make it there.
That's not horrible. That's a 24
24. Okay.
Oh.
and 86.
Wow.
The redemption episode.
One good roll from Xerix.
It took 33 something episodes, but we got there.
Okay.
I'm impressed.
Lame.
That's the other dragon counter right there.
Well, I mean, it is Xerix, so
I've got my own table.
92 portals
It's on a
open up
curve.
behind you.
It just loops back around.
Xerix is on a curve.
so
If
as
it rolls
you
in the middle.
are leading the group, Xerix,
Mm-hmm.
you travel down this road for about an hour, and the travel is much the same as it has been for the last 2 hours. Quiet, unimpeded, peaceful. But then your instincts pick something up that is not quite right. And you immediately stop in place and turn around. And as you do, you see a figure standing just past your group in the direction that you came from. The figure has a large, wide, grinning mouth and a fuzzy, almost curly mohawk running down the center of its head. And it looks surprised that you detected it before it could do whatever it intended on doing. Doesn't say anything to you. It stands there almost motionless, but it is very obviously staring directly at you.
How far am I from everybody else at this point?
Everybody else is, I assume they're following like right behind you, so you are at
Well,
the
you
front of the
said-
group, turned around, looking at and past your companions, who are within 5 to 10 feet of you, at this creature who is about 25, 30 feet behind your companions.
You said it had a mohawk?
Yep.
But it looks like a person?
Kind of, yeah, like a very lanky, tall, gaunt person. Its skin is kind of greenish and yellow.
Is this the asshole that's been blocking Zara's visions?
Looks awfully familiar to you, Zara.
Look at Subir and Zar. What's that? And I point past them.
That's dead is what that is.
Dead? Bad thing?
Like a zombie? Because it looks like it's.
Why is dead instantly a bad thing?
No, I mean,
Well,
we are going to
I'm more
make
curious
it
as
dead.
to what it is and why it's following us.
Well-
Xena grips Glorificus and
Did it 3 times
like
fast.
her tail starts wagging and she just looks at Zara for permission.
Yuza's just pulling out the shield, like,
Wait.
all right.
Give me just one moment.
Xena, when I give the signal, I want you to cave that thing's head in as hard as you can.
Glorious.
But we're gonna give it a chance to talk first.
Give
Tail
me
down.
a moment.
Ears.
Subira's
That's
gonna
the
pull out the bell
thing.
branch.
That's blocked my visions. That laughing, giggling thing.
I'm gonna ring the bell branch.
Okay.
To figure
And-
out what this is.
That tells you Which,
It tells me if within 60 feet, the presence of aberrations, celestials, constructs, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead, and they cannot hide from me.
there is a celestial within 60 feet of you.
Quick question. Did we have a rest?
Yes,
Yeah.
you guys had a long
Mhm.
rest.
I need to hit that button.
Is this thing within 60 feet?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So it's a celestial?
As far as the branch tells you, it is
Mm.
indeed.
So Sabira's going
Branch
to kind
is
of cock
wrong.
her head, puzzled a little bit, and she'll look over at Zara. This is apparently another celestial.
Even better.
Maybe Xena can sing it a lullaby and it can go away.
No, I'd
Not
rather
this time.
I'd rather she kill it with an axe. I
I
want
Why
an
are you
explanation.
also
Yes.
eager to jump into a battle when we don't know the enemy?
I
That
want an
baffles me.
explanation for it.
Best way to get to know your enemy is to hit them with something.
Or ask them questions.
It's not strictly
No.
true, is it?
Hit them with something.
Xena with me, and she's gonna start walking towards this thing.
Oh,
Xena
he's just
just
not
puts her
letting her
axe
go
up.
without her.
and walks
Okay.
up like super intimidatingly, like just kind of swaggers.
So
Yuza's
the-
on the other side of Zara, Because just
The
not letting Zara go
moment-
along.
The moment you guys start moving towards this thing, it waves its hand through the air and says something in a language you don't understand. But as it does, several copies of itself suddenly kind of expand outwards from it. So
There's
that they're
more of
all
them.
standing in a row, and every time it moves, its copies do the exact same movement. And they
Like-
kind of seem to be shifting to and fro to a point where you lose sight of which one is the original.
Why am I at the front?
Can
You were at the back because it was behind you.
can
and
I
then-
let me see what is the range on this thing? Can I use dispel magic?
You can try.
That's a celestial? That thing's ugly.
So yeah, I will bring that token up so everyone can see just how ugly it is.
It almost looks like a weird goblin.
Right.
Oh, that's
wanna squish it.
weird. Yeah.
That's weird.
I'm
Oh.
uncomfortable. Can we punch it?
Yes.
I think
I
you're
want to
about
so
to.
bad.
All right. So
Um,
do I have to do a DC check here?
Yes. So as soon as this dispel magic goes off, we will roll initiative.
That is going to be. I use my spellcasting modifier, right?
Yes.
That is going to be a 21.
21. Okay. The grin on this creature grows ever wider, and the head of all four of them kind of cocks to the side. It almost makes like a grotesque cracking noise as it does. But as soon as your dispel magic goes off, 3 of its mirror images disappear.
Enough tricks thing. I want an explanation.
Going to clear. Turn
Can
over
I do
here,
something real quick?
depending on what it is.
I want to just hold on. Immune being frightened. I wanted to cast heroism on Zara.
Yeah, sure. You can do that while that dispel magic is going off.
So as she is walking up, I'm just like, you just tell me when. You got this. We're gonna nail this guy. And we'll cast heroism, which will, if you're willing, guessing you're a willing creature, lasts for a minute. It's concentration, so I will have to roll for that. Until the spell ends, the creature is immune to being frightened and gains temporary hit points equal to my spellcasting ability, which is only 4, but you get 4 temporary hit points.
I'll take 4 temporary hit points.
Level 1
Yeah.
bard.
At the start of each of your turns, as long as I have concentration on it.
Oh wow,
Even
that's
better.
pretty good.
Yeah, heroism is pretty good.
So, as that dispel magic goes off, and that heroism goes off, and that mirror image dissipates, this thing takes a very obvious, aggressive stance. I need everybody to roll initiative.
I love these new dice.
There's
It'd be a crap initiative.
So this, I'm a little sad that Xerx's roll was as good as it was for the travel, because this thing has some really, really nasty abilities for surprise attacks.
Oh.
I choose life.
You did choose life.
I mean, does Spear really expect a group of Gnolls to talk, though? I mean, is that really her expectations? Especially this group of Gnolls?
Zara said she wanted answers, and this thing's response was to drop into a battle stance. So
Everyone rolling so high. Except me.
As the initiative kicks off,
I'd like
It's
to
like
point
this-
out that Zara,
yeah,
Xena, and
I was gonna
Izo
say-
are all saying they were
Yeah.
punching this thing.
that is true. Xena was up there
no.
as well.
What you don't know is I've tied Or the ghost, the mage hand has like grabbed Yixis and is now using him as a shield.
Oh god. Not again.
I guess we're not talking. Xena, swing away.
Ah, good.
All right, so this creature is going to kick off initiative for us. I think it's going to kick it off in an interesting way. Wonderful. So, as you guys begin to approach, make your intentions very clear. Not so much that you're here to mess it up, but that you're here to defend yourselves, as it has taken an aggressive posture. The creature waves its hands through the air, recites something in Celestial once again, and this pulsing, waving purple orb appears in the air just between Subira and Yixis. And the moment it appears, it bursts outwards, affecting all of you with this synaptic static spell. So I need everybody
Counterspell.
to... Okay, if you're going to counterspell it,
Yep.
you can make that roll for me. Unless, what level are you casting
It's
it
at
at?
fourth. It's all my spells are at 4th level.
Okay, yeah, make the roll for me.
Huh?
Should be easy to do. I know what your stats are, but
Yeah.
just in case.
Yeah, that's a 15 on the die. Do I add anything to it?
Your spellcasting modifier.
Which is 5, I think. So 30, 20.
DC was 15.
Sweet.
So as this purple orb appears above and between you two, you turn to look at this creature and use... What does your counter spell look like? What does Subira do when she counters a spell?
So her counter spell is as soon as she pointed at the creature to indicate that was her target, this phantasmal force kind of comes out of her hand, and it almost looks like a skeletal hand that sort of just waves over as it's slowly pushing towards the creature, and it just kind of waves over and dissipates before it even reaches it, as if the skeletal hand was grabbing the spell and getting rid of it.
And
Metal.
as you do that
Yeah.
orb immediately dissipates, and you know that this was a successful counterspell. And the creature, though still smiling, is not smiling quite as much.
Good. I like being a Debbie Downer.
Yixis.
I like having the Uno reverse card.
Draw 25.
Wow, I came up quite a bit faster than I expected. Let's see here.
When in doubt, fireball.
I mean, fireball's nice, but against a single target, I feel like it's kind of a waste.
Is it though?
I'm going to do.
Yeah, no one's there right now.
Yeah. Wide open.
I'm gonna back all the way up. Let's see here.
Going to bravely run away.
I'm going to pull a wizard.
Where did? God damn it! How? Seriously, how is every single square in the row at the top row 60 feet away from this guy? Every single square is exactly 60 feet away.
It's like it was planned.
Fox.
Don't look at me. I'm just an innocent DM.
Those two words do never go together.
Nor are they believable.
Yix, this is going to take a 5-foot extra step north. No.
And he falls off the edge of the world.
Ooh.
I'm going to cast. You know, I'm doing the good old faithful. I'm gonna have Tiny Servant cast Dragon's Breath to my Tiny Servant. And the damage type is going to be fire.
Fire?
'Cause
Okay.
Sure, why not? Then Tiny Servant's going to run up between Xena's legs, just skitter, and and is gonna blow fire on this guy.
All right. And that is a dexterity save, right?
Correct.
That's should have been a lot better than it was. That is a 12.
Yeah, he doesn't save.
He's supposed to be good at those saves too. What a disappointment.
Okay, so that's gonna be 12 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And that will be. I'll have to move over. That will be it for my turn for now.
That will bring us to Zara.
Had this spell with me the entire campaign. Never used it once. But I don't want this thing running away or doing any trickery, so she's gonna cast Fairy Fire. But just so the swole tiny servant isn't the one getting hit by it, she's gonna target it to where the creature is on the very edge of the 20-foot cube.
Easy enough for you to do. And
That's a
Fairy
dex save.
Fire. Okay, roll better than last time, buddy. Oh, that is better than last time. Okay. 25.
Yeah, that beats it. All right.
It sees you beginning to cast this spell, and it turns its attention away from Subira, who had just countered its spell, and looks at you, and again, its head kind of cocks to the side, but like a little too far almost, and its grin grows real wide.
And she's just gonna smile and just gonna draw the 9 lives stealer.
Getting physical with this thing, I like it. Any movement from you?
Nope, she's gonna stand right there.
All right, Xena,
I'm gonna rage.
rage away.
I thought you were gonna say, "I'm gonna rock it."
I mean, that too.
Look, sorry, I'm sorry.
Both things are things Xena does.
Okay, so until my rage ends, I am surrounded by multicolored protective lights. So ping, 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 just gold and white lights, and red, because the feathers and everything. You gain a +1 bonus to AC, and while within 10 feet of me, my allies gain the same bonus. So
Ooh, yes, that one's a good one.
that's going on.
That one is very Xena too.
It is. I love that one. It's one of her favorites.
So if we're within 10 feet of you, we get a +1 armor bonus.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice.
And so that was my bonus action. And for my action, I'm going to run over to it. I'm going to hit it.
Do it. Hit it right in its smug face.
And I miss. It's so sad. Xena rolled a 2 on the die. So that's going to be a 11. I do not think that hits
Ooh,
this thing.
No, an 11 will miss, unfortunately.
Second swing, as Xena's like, I was just warming up.
That was a practice.
You were scared, weren't you? I just so you could feel the wind. This one though is not going to hit you as well. It's also going to miss. So she overcorrects, swinging the other side.
She's
to
just putting on a
swish.
show first.
So
that's
yeah,
all.
she kind of just does whoocha, whoocha, like on either side of this guy.
She got too excited that she's allowed to kill something.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is what happens when she doesn't get her zoomies in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And she's like, scared, aren't you?
At the very least, you've certainly got its attention.
Yeah. Oh, then half my job is complete, and that's it. That's it
All
for
right.
me now.
Xerax.
I'm gonna do something that I normally don't do, and we're gonna cast Misty Step.
Ooh.
I was gonna say Hunter's Mark.
I was expecting I'm gonna rage.
Misty Step to
Whoa.
there,
Spoiler.
and then move to there.
And secretly
and
training
take
with
2
me.
swings on him.
Swing away.
That's not going to hit. That might. 23 to hit.
23 will hit. Yeah.
Okay, has he been damaged yet?
He has. Yeah. Took a bit of fire damage.
I need one of those then. 7, 12, 17 damage on the second swing.
Okay, this is with a magical weapon, right?
No,
Oh,
it is
okay.
not. That is with the regular greatsword.
He will take half of that then.
That's
Okay.
it for mine.
Subira.
Oh, I desperately want to use my black hand,
Do it.
Do it.
but I want to save it in case I need to do another counter spell.
Good point.
No, Warlock. Use your last spell slot.
Yeah, 2 fucking spell slots. And I have like 7 spells there. So the
You
black
can
hand
always
is-
do the
There's just old
Warlock
reliable.
special.
Yeah, old reliable.
like black hand is such a fucking cool spell.
Yeah.
Then do it.
No, I have to wait. I have to save
It's
people.
likely the last battle of the game. Come
I
on.
It is.
know. I'm gonna hold up. This is not gonna take 2 rounds. Trust me. At least maybe. I don't know. I will go ahead and do Ye Old Faithful, not Subira's Faithful, but the old Warlock special. And she'll go ahead. She'll cast Eldritch Blast.
It hurts you so bad.
It
can
does.
see the pain in her
I love
face.
it though. I love the conflict.
I
Mainly
like to
because-
think that Sabir's Eldritch Blast literally comes from her staring at you and blinking the number of times there are blasts.
That's what it is now. It's one of the rare occasions you actually see her blink, and because she can cast 2 right now, it's just bling. I'm gonna do it. She just blinks and they come out. And it's
That's
it's
pretty
still
metal
black though. It's
also.
just black shadows that come out.
Sabir is getting really freaking metal this last episode.
She kind of always has. No one just sees much of it because she's always in the back.
Yeah, true. She's always just like reanimating something and quietly on the side.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, so yeah, so I think I still have to make a attack.
Yes, it is
Okay.
ranged spell attack for each beam.
Okay. Yeah, because half her other spells are like intelligence and wisdom, and I have a feeling this thing is maybe high in those. That probably won't hit. 14?
14 will not.
Okay. I think this other one will hit though. 22.
22. Yeah, 22 will.
Yay! 1 Q. I twitched a little bit because she had to do Eldritch Blast. So
She
you know,
doesn't
kinda went
blink
rogue.
very often, so sometimes she messes it up.
Yeah, that's fair.
You did an accidental wink and it went.
Just do the one eye closed, then the other one, so
Yeah.
doing both at the same time.
I was gonna say I did the 1 Q
Shoot it.
swing with that one guy where he's like, So that was I don't add anything on top of that, right? It's just straight up. Yeah, it is. So yeah, it's just 8 force damage.
Okay. Still, it's good damage from one being.
Yeah, not bad.
And he's not resistant to force, so he takes all 8.
I almost was like, oh, there's sacred. Oh, no, that's dumb. All right, that's You know what? Because I have a bonus action, I'm gonna use it. I would like to go ahead. Let me just double check because I actually don't know if this is only on myself or if I can do it on anyone else. It might be on myself. Oh no! Sweet! I can cast it just like the regular spell. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and ring the bell branch again. And I'm going to cast Protection from Good and Evil on Xena.
Okay.
Let me pull it up so I can remember what it is.
Fateful Encounters. Thank you for that raid.
So of course the type I'm picking is Celestial.
Naturally.
And so she now has protection. They have disadvantage on attack rolls against her. She also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed.
Okay.
And if she was already one of those, it's gone, but she wasn't. So yeah, so all attacks against her now has disadvantage.
Ooh.
All right.
So good, thank you.
Yeah, and that that other part can't be charmed or frightened or possessed. Real good here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's like,
Thank
oh, it's
you
kind
so
of a
much.
stupid little spell. And I'm like,
Genuinely throws a bit of a wrench into my plans, but that's
Yay.
okay.
I knew he
Yay.
always attacks the barbarian's beautiful mind. Beautiful, but
it's more
weird.
of like, you're dumb and you need the extra protection.
Hey,
It's Subira.
That-
She thinks they're
that
all
sounds-
dumb and Yixis. And
That's
maybe
fair.
Zara. Everyone else, she's like, eh. Actually, no. Let's put it this way. She actually thinks only Xena needs the extra help.
To be fair, we probably do.
Yeah. I love you
Right.
guys.
So any movement from you, Subira?
You know, yeah, I do want to move back. Let's see here. Oh, the map doesn't go far enough away. Damn it. Fine. She'll just go back a few steps.
Okay.
She can't go back far enough to get out of that 60-foot range.
So
Okay.
that will bring us to Iza.
So for my bonus action, I'm going to pop out the spikes on my shield.
Okay.
I am going to move here. I'm going to start smacking him with said shield.
Smack away.
That one probably doesn't hit. That's I can math 12.
12. 12 does not hit.
That's better. That is a 21.
21 would normally hit, but at the last second, he holds up his hand in your direction, and a magical barrier forms between you and him as he uses shield to bump his AC up by 5.
Well, that pisses her off, and she's going to action surge.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I want to wait for something a little bigger. Sorry.
That also fails. That's another 12. That dice is done. Different guy.
yeah, don't
Wait,
waste
no,
it on
you
a
failed me.
shield. Shield's like a first level spell.
Just do it to prove a point.
That one probably doesn't hit at a 23.
A 23 does hit.
Oh, it does
Yep.
hit. Awesome.
Shield bumped his AC up to 22.
To start with, I will need the strength saving throw to see if he gets grappled.
Strength. Ooh. That leaves something to be desired. That's going to be a 4.
Yeah, he is now grappled onto the shield. I'll pop the shield into chat thing.
The people poker.
You called it the people poker?
I call it the people poker. It's my people poker shield.
We did have very fun names for
Um.
for all our items.
You should describe what is the why do you call it the people poker for people who are just joining us?
So when she activates her shield on her bonus actions, spikes start come out of the front of the shield, which can then grapple people. So she pokes people with the shield, and they get stuck to it.
Like a
So-
fly trap.
But people poker shield. Then I will make it a. No, I don't want to do that. I'm just going to do a straight attack. That is max damage on an 8 plus 4, 5. 8 plus 5 is 13.
13, nice. Okay.
In piercing.
And that shield is indeed magical, so he is not resistant to that piercing.
I decided to use the shield then. Oh, and then I'm going to, because I have a little more movement, I am going to shift back here.
Okay.
So next to Xena.
So that will bring us back around to this guy who is none too pleased being stuck to this fancy shield of yours. So I think he is going to use his bonus action, Misty Step. He's going to Misty Step right up here.
We were
And,
all
No.
and as soon as he appears there, I'm going to use my reaction to activate Halo of Spores.
Okay. So he needs to make a
Constitution.
Constitution.
Okay, I'll just stick him to the shield next turn too.
My counterspell trigger finger is just like, no,
18?
not quite. Nope.
18 will save.
Hold on.
Okay.
Be strong.
Hold it.
They can run to him. It's fine.
Be strong.
Okay. He is going to scan the battlefield real quick.
Oh no.
Look around at who he thinks is going to be the biggest pain in the butt here. He is pretty smart.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I mean, it's obviously the person with the giant shield that holds him.
He's not the smartest cookie in the basket, but he's decent.
He's average.
So if he's really smart, he knows it's tiny servant.
Yeah.
He's not
Yeah.
that smart,
Yeah,
MVP.
the true threat.
The
Yeah.
true,
but
the
he
true
did
MVP.
see who commanded that tiny servant,
Oh no.
and so he's going to turn his attention briefly to Yixis.
Oh no.
No. Protect the little one.
He is the little
He's
one.
going to wave his hand through the air and mutter another celestial incantation. As Yixis, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Is this a leveled spell?
It is a leveled spell.
He can't do it because he casts Misty Step.
Yes, Misty Step is an ability of his. He can do it 3
Oh.
times per day.
If it's an ability,
Yeah.
then.
That was a good
Most-
try, Shadow
most of
Fox,
his
at
stuff-
a like. Actually.
Most of his stuff
Okay.
is actual spells, but that's the one actual ability that he has.
Well,
But-
fine then.
It was worth pointing out.
So
Anyway.
what's the save?
I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw as apparating around you, you see ghostly images of your mother, father, and brother.
Counterspell.
You can counterspell it?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Ooh, that hurt you, didn't it? I
A
could
little
see it in
bit.
your
It
Because I
did.
have 2 fucking spell slots. I'm like, I'm gonna
As-
get more.
She's like,
Those-
control.
as those figures begin to manifest around you, Yixis, you hear muffled from a distance something coming from Subira, and those images quickly dissipate.
As the phasmal hand just kind of comes out and almost like grabs them as if he's grabbing the parents and just making them disappear.
And Subira has successfully counterspelled this guy's phantasmal killer spell.
Oh,
Probably a good spell to counter.
That's a good one. That's
Yeah,
a good
that
one.
sounded pretty. I don't know what that spell does, but the name alone is like, nah, dog.
I don't know what it does, but when it says killer in it,
Yeah.
It'd be a bad spell.
Phantasmal killer's nasty.
okay.
And now it is your turn, Yixis.
He's going to use that, turn that almost emotional trauma around, and he's going to is there any, I know the map is only so big, is there any like trees on the other side of him that we can't see, something providing shade or anything?
Yeah, there's an odd tree here and there.
How far away from him would you say? Theater of the mind.
35 feet away.
35 feet?
Yep.
That's a little too far. Okay. Well, then in that case, what he's going to do is he's going to summon at 4th level Shadow Spawn.
Right.
And this is going to be the, I think I'll go with Despair.
Whereabouts is it being summoned?
It's going to be summoned right behind him.
Oh, like right here?
No, behind. Sorry, to the west.
Here.
There you go. Yes.
Right? So everyone sees this. Have you done the despair one in front of everyone?
Only once. Yeah. Do you want to go for it, or?
No. You go ahead and describe to everyone exactly what it is that they're seeing as you summon this creature.
Okay, so this one is like oily sludge, and it just drips in constant. Anybody seen Batman Beyond with ink?
Mm-hmm.
Like when she loses her form? Yeah, kind of like that. But in the shape of a very tall female gnoll, and the sounds that it makes just sounds like moaning in the distance of a cave, or water drops in a cave far away. But it's like heavy and depressing. So that's that, and I believe it will take its attacks now.
I believe so.
2 attacks. Well, one of those is a nat 20. The other is a... Sorry, math for some reason. 22.
Okay. Both of those will hit.
Okay. 2d8 plus 7. 20 points of cold damage on the first. Wait. First one was a nat 20. So that's going to be. Do you want me to roll twice or just double damage?
We'll treat it as a brutal crit.
Okay. So. 23 plus whatever I roll on dice plus. Okay. 38 points of cold damage.
38 points of cold damage, okay. So as the claws of your summon kind of rake through this thing's side, normally you've seen your summons just tear through creatures, and you expect that this would be a powerful blow on this guy, but as soon as these claws make contact with this creature, they kind of like sink into his body almost, and then it looks like your summon is fighting to pull their hand out the other side. So it does damage to him, but it is nowhere near as much as you had expected a blow like that to do. This guy has an ability where he takes half damage from crits.
Huh.
Lame. Just kidding.
That's a pretty unique ability. That's kind of cool.
It is, yeah. It's an ability called Stuff of Dreams, because he is made partially from dreams and imagination.
Okay. All right. Well, the second one was a 22, so I'll roll that damage now. All right. That's 21 points of cold damage.
Okay.
So that was the casting on my turn. Yixis will move further away. Let's see here. Yep, tiny servant. Gonna go there. And can I get a dex save from him?
Sure can. More like it. That's a 24.
Okay, so half damage of 5. So
Okay.
2. 2 points of fire damage.
Every bit of damage counts.
It does. But that was pretty low.
It makes it even
Yeah.
lower because he's resistant to fire.
Oh, great.
Tiny servant is just, he needs a little break. He's been MVPing it up, and he's like, we'll let one of you take the stage.
Exactly. Right. So anything else from you or your minions?
Would I notice? I'll make a roll for this if you like. Would I notice that the fire doesn't seem to be doing as much damage as it should?
What is your passive perception?
Passive perception, probably not very high. 11.
11. It's above 10. DC was 10. Yeah.
Okay.
You're watching your minions as you're commanding them. So I imagine you have eyes on this and see that he doesn't really seem all that phased by the fire damage.
Okay. Cool. I might
actually,
do something about that next round.
On that note as well, you notice that he seems to have the same reaction to the cold damage as he did from the fire damage.
Fortunately, there's not a whole lot I can do about that.
But about the force damage.
Force damage, he took all of the force damage.
So
Zara.
that is my turn.
Zara's not gonna move, and she's just gonna sit there for a moment. Reach into her bag and just bring up her hand and just blow those black spores at him as she casts Blight.
Okay.
Ooh.
So Blight is a
Con save. Yep.
Con save. Going to roll a disappointing number. 9.
He fails. I'm gonna take all of this.
He is going to take all of that. He is not resistant.
It's gonna be ouchy.
Yeah, it is.
Take 39 points of necrotic damage.
Ouch. Yeah, he visibly falters after that, almost falling to the ground before catching himself and righting his posture, his joints and neck and such cracking and popping as he corrects himself. Not expecting that.
What kind of damage was that?
Necrotic.
That was necrotic.
Nice.
And I think she's gonna actually taunt it. And she's just gonna like hold her hands out with like the sword in hand, just slowly start walking back.
Give me an intimidation or a persuasion.
Well, I could tell you right now, it's not. Both of them are gonna be horrible. But screw it. She's gonna do intimidation. It's gonna be a 9.
9. Okay. It's definitely looking at you now, and it does not appear happy. It's still smiling. It's just the nature of this creature to always have that big stupid grin on its face, but its brow is furrowed and it is visibly angry and visibly hurt by what you just did to it. Right, Xena.
Zara, by the way, take another 4 points of
Yep.
temporary hit points because heroism is still up. Bonus action, I'm gonna reach out to my girl Isa and be like, Isa, go stick him on that thing again.
That's the plan. And she has that big, toothy battle grin that we tend to get.
We got this. And I do like a quick like girl bump. And
Heck yeah.
and you get bardic inspiration as my bonus action.
Thank you.
So take that, and then I'm going to run over to where he got away from me. Right there. Oops. Actually, I'll go right there to give some space to my guys to come on in. Yeah, that's a good spot. And I'm gonna whack him, or try to whack him.
Okay.
Come on, dice. Don't fail me. Don't be this way. Don't do me dirty. Yeah, he did not do me dirty. Okay. That is gonna be high math. 17 plus 9.
Oh yeah, that'll hit. He can't even shield his way out of that one.
That's gonna be 18 points slashing with the first hit.
Ouch.
And she's like, oh, that feels good, doesn't it? And she's gonna swing back for another one as she pirouettes in classic Xena dance fashion as she's getting into it now. And that's gonna be 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
$15 points slashing on the second hit. Spin and slash.
Real good damage from Xena.
And that's it from a girl.
That brings us to Xerax. And looks like Raven is not back yet, so we will just shift his turn in the order until he gets back.
Do we want to take a quick break to see if it gives him some time to come back?
Yeah, we could do that. Take a quick break here. So we are going to get up and stretch our legs, refresh our drinks, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes.
And we're back.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't get my next one for at least another 2 levels, maybe.
Yeah,
we're not
warlocks
gonna
We
get that.
evolved.
Yeah.
have a rough start, and then they get very scary very
Yeah,
quickly.
they
Yeah.
get their 3rd spell slot at 11th, and then their 4th at 17th.
And we're
Wow.
at 7. So it was never going to happen anyway. But yeah, they unfortunately are all kind of cantrip reliable. And that's about it.
I definitely know Kiarfix evolved. got
She
the
did.
spots. It's amazing.
Yeah,
She went-
I love
she-
it.
She went into the bathroom and she was like,
Yeah. I have time for spots now.
Needs more glory.
It's glorious.
It
I
is.
almost forgot she's a spotted one.
yeah.
I still
Yeah.
adore her design.
Yes, very much so.
It's pretty
Mhm.
great.
Oops.
Zoro,
Yep,
you
cams
did a
are fucked.
perfect job on it.
There we go.
Oh, I didn't do it.
I'm an open chat.
That
You
was
didn't
all.
do it?
No, that was HP Fox and all the Gnolls.
Oh, Foxen, you did a brilliant job on it.
I mean, I just drew what you told me to.
Yeah, they're amazing. She's so cute.
I know. Having the ability to take an image of someone else's head when they describe it to you and make it real on paper is a skill.
Yeah.
You give me enough details, because a lot of times people are just like, I want them to have red hair and green eyes. And I'm like, okay, long hair, short hair, bangs. Do you want something parted? Are they curly? Like, I need details.
Yeah.
I don't give you that much detail. I mean, with Char, I said make princess.
That's true. You said Disney princess with these little details. And I'm like, got it.
Well, because I knew you'd do it right.
Some people, that's all I need. Others, I'm just like, no, I need, give me more. Give
Then
me
you
more.
get reference pictures for days. It's like this.
Yep.
This is what you want. I want.
Well, this
Even better.
outfit, this skin tone, this.
And I'm okay with that. They're all references.
Speaking of learned skills, Xerax, it's your turn.
Fantastic. I'm down one of those. How far is the city yet? Haha, he didn't get far enough.
No, he did not.
So now we are going to hunter's mark him.
Okay. Mark on him. There it is.
Yeah. Hunter's mark is a extra d6. Okay. And I have cocked a d20. There we go. Not great. 16 to hit.
16 is not going to do it, I'm afraid.
Okay, that's fair. That will not either. But he is hunter's mark now, so that's
Yes. That's something, at least.
Yeah, we're getting there slowly. Not a fighter, can't do that. Okay, no, that's unfortunately all I get to do.
No action surge for you.
That was the first thought. Yes.
All right. Well, he is surrounded, so that's something.
Again.
Subira.
Okay. Well, first things first. I'm a little close. I don't want to be that close. I'm gonna go over here.
Are you sure you don't want to be closer?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Quick question. Technically, Protection from Good and Evil is a concentration spell, but it is casted through the branch. It's not like a spell I use. So
Yeah.
and it has 3 uses. So if
Um,
I were to do it again on another person, would it cancel out the other one
Let
or
me
no?
double check the wording.
Because it doesn't say.
What's the name of that item again?
Bell branch?
Concentrating.
Bell branch. Okay. Yeah, because some of them say the item allows you to cast it. Some of them say that it's channeled basically through the item. So, let's see. As an action, you can expend 1 charge to cast. Okay, so you are technically concentrating on it, So if
Okay.
you used it to cast it again, it would drop the concentration on the other
Would.
protection.
Okay. Good to know. That's what I want to know. Okay. Yep. No, I think it will. Yeah. Yeah. This pains me, but I'm still gonna go with. Oh wait. This sucks. This really sucks. Yeah, she's gonna blink again.
Okay, let's see if you can hit him with both beams this time.
No, I'm not using the green ones this time. Let's do the purple. Oh, thank you. Okay, so 22 and
22 will hit.
26.
And a 26 will hit.
Okay, thank God. And 10. Nice. 17 force damage.
17 force damage. All right. He's not looking great at the moment.
She's getting better with blinking, I feel. She's like, oh,
You just gotta practice it.
harder. Okay, harder.
That's right. That's how I do that.
She doesn't like how her eyes start to feel like they're wet, and she's like, no, where's the dryness? I want the dry. Yeah, that's it.
Sounds terrible.
I know, it does. But she's dead inside.
It's true. Isa, you're up.
There we go. Sorry. Well, Isa's gonna do what Isa does best. Run up here, and we're gonna start smacking with that shield again.
All right.
First smackaroo is an 18.
18. Again, he's gonna see you coming, and again, he's gonna raise his hand in your general direction, and a magical barrier is going to emanate, bumping his AC up, so that will not hit.
Fine, we'll just hit him harder at 22.
22, that will match, so it will hit.
All right. So I'll need that strength saving throw again.
Dear. Yeah, no, that's a 1.
He's gonna get stuck onto there again. And this time I'm gonna make it a goading attack.
Okay.
Then yeah, wisdom save from him.
Wisdom save. 15.
Oh, this doesn't say what my. Oh, what I base that off of? I didn't put down. For the fighters, the DC. What sets the DC? What modifier do I use for the DC for the maneuvers? We know.
Oh shit! Yes. Oh
Someone
god,
know?
I haven't had to look at that in forever. Yes.
Yeah,
Let me.
Isn't Ash one of those? Doesn't she?
Yeah,
do those?
Ash is
Yeah.
one of those. Yeah. Give me a second. I know I have it. I just need to pull her up because I haven't had to like keep track of that forever because I have something that kind of helps me with that marker.
Where's my put it in my sheet?
See, I always have it on my sheet, so I
Strength.
know.
Oh, it
too.
is strength.
So yeah,
8,
it's 8. No, sorry.
11.
Where
It is
it?
15, so I think he passes.
Yep, if it
It's
meets
8
it
plus your
beats it.
proficiency bonus plus your strength score.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that'd be 15.
So that is a success.
11. All right. So that's 16 points of piercing damage.
Good hit.
I can't really do much with my bonus action because he's stuck to my shield and I can't use my shield on him. I can't like shield bash him again.
Not when he's stuck to it. Nope.
No, this doesn't make sense, right?
You could throw you could throw him and your shield onto the ground and land on them.
I mean,
Would that count as an attack or bonus action attack? Shield attack.
I would allow you to do it as a bonus action. If it was successful, you'd both be on the ground prone.
That's fine. She's okay with this. So, what do you want me to roll for that?
Treat it like you would your normal bonus action shield bash or whatever it is you usually do.
Whatever it's called, shield bash. I don't think that's going to hit. That's going to be an 18.
18 will not do it.
Yeah, because his shield is still up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Worthy effort, though. He is
Oh, I forgot I had inspiration. Oh, well.
not in good condition.
Forgot. I'm sorry.
Should have reminded you. I didn't even think of it.
Okay.
All right. So he now needs to decide if he wants to continue this battle or if he wants to bail.
Don't bail. Get poked.
I think I know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to look over at you, Zara. And he's going to wink at you. And as he does, you feel this invisible force kind of pressing in all around you. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
A thing I'm good at. Well, fuck. That's a 1 for 5.
Oh, come on. You're supposed to be good at those.
I'm supposed to be
Nice.
good at those, but apparently the dice said, no, you're not.
Not today.
Dice indeed said no. So it's obvious to everyone around him that he's turned his attention to Zara, who's kind of been mocking him this whole fight. And you see Zara's form kind of twist and turn as she is forced into the shape. Oh, roll 20. Of a frog. You have been polymorphed.
I am Forg.
Thank God you're not a fucking chicken.
Nope, that's just you.
And I thought about chicken, but then I remembered we don't actually have a stat block for chicken, so I went with frog.
No, we had to guess.
And then he is, just like last time he was stuck to the shield, going to bonus action Misty Step right up here.
Keep hunting him down.
He's no longer grappled. Then he's going to attempt to run away. So he will go this way. He is 20 feet off of the map at this point. I'm going to put that marker on him. And
You said he misty stepped?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Come here.
so he is running off, but I believe still within range of some of you. So we will stick in initiative, see if you can dispatch him before he gets away. And we'll start with Yixis.
Well, Yixis himself can't do anything. But the Shadow Spawn will take an attack of opportunity.
He Misty Stepped, so
Oh,
there's no-
Misty?
Yeah.
Oh,
he Misty Stepped to the north and then ran 40 feet.
oh, so it's actually my turn.
Yeah, it is actually your turn.
Okay, hold on. Measure things out. Okay, and then I need to check one thing because there's a little bit of text on this specific type of shadow spawn too. Any beast or humanoid other than you that starts its turn within 5 feet of the spirit has its speed reduced by 20 feet until the start of that beast or humanoid's next turn. So even though he misty stepped away,
So
his
he
speed is
wouldn't,
reduced by 20.
Wouldn't have been able to run 40 feet then. He would have only been able to run 20 feet, which would very conveniently still put him on the map. It's just in the top left corner now.
So here. How? Because this is action economy now. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna have. Can I have Tiny Servant run up to him and try to crawl up him, or what would that be?
Like latch onto him, so if he moved, it would move with him.
Yeah. Would that be its movement and action?
I think so, and it wouldn't have to roll for it. I think it could just do that because it's very small, and it's like a bug crawling up your leg or something. You're not going to try and grapple with a bug. It's just going to crawl on you. So yeah, it can use its movement to get up to him, and then its action to cling on to him, basically.
Okay, so he's gonna do that, and he'll occupy the same space then.
Okay.
Despair Gnoll here is gonna move and get right up there, and it's gonna take its 2 attacks. Well, I'd be more excited about that if he didn't have that special ability, but that's another nat 20.
Okay.
And then a dirty 20 to hit.
The nat 20 will hit, and he will shield on the dirty 20, so it misses. He's desperate at this point.
Hey, the brutal click will still probably do more damage, even halved.
I mean, yeah, it's still
Yeah, it
guaranteed
does.
damage.
So, hold on. I don't remember the math from before, but let's see here. 16 and then 23, and then I roll. Okay. Forty-one points of cold damage.
Oof, okay. So, thankfully for him, that gets cut in half and then reduced again because of resistance to cold. But still, that took away half of his remaining HP.
Okay, and then Yixis can actually do something here. Funny thing is, Yixis doesn't actually have a whole lot of damaging spells. But
Neither did this guy. His 2 big damagers were counterspelled.
Does he have anything that remove frog?
I wish. I'm sorry.
Just kick it.
What Yixis is going to do for himself, he's going to take out that platinum coin, and he's going to swirl his claw around it in a circle until a small little ball apparates from the swirling action.
Okay.
And he's going to kind of grab it between his claws and throw it. And very small ball is going to fly forward right at this thing's head. And he's casting Chromatic Orb at 3rd level.
Nice.
With the thunder damage.
Thunder. Ooh, you made a good choice, sir. Not resistant to thunder.
So it's going to be a total of 4d8.
Yes, and that's Chromatic Orb is roll to hit, right?
Oh, you're right, I think. Yeah, make a ranged spell attack. Sorry. Roll hit. Okay. So plus my spell attack. That's going to be a 23.
Oh. He was so close to knocking that away with his shield bumping his AC to 22. But a 23 will beat it, so you will certainly hit.
Damage. 24 points of thunder damage.
24 points of thunder damage. So what exactly does it look like when Yixis knocks this guy out?
So like I said, it goes straight for his head. So I'd like the ball to kind of disappear inside of his skull, and then you just hear a loud
Perfect. I like it. There's just this
like an
mess
empty drum
of
being
a-
thrown against a wall.
mess of a lanky creature laying on the ground after that thunder dissipates. You guys have defeated this guy. You all look over at the frog who was once your friend, Zara.
He
And
says right.
Our leader.
As soon as this creature dies, there is a puff of smoke as it dissipates. The frog is no longer there, and Zara is back to her normal.
Oh, thank
Oh,
God.
thank
I
God.
didn't permanently get Captain Ginewed.
Nope,
Yeah.
it was just
Yeah, it must
regular
be nice.
polymorph.
I
Must be
didn't get
nice.
I didn't get eaten by a
Little
giant
bitter?
snake.
A little bitter there.
Little
I
bit.
almost
I
gave
didn't want
this
to be a
guy
perma
mass
chicken, but I was a
polymorph.
perma chicken.
That's
That
what
would've
I
been
was
hilarious.
like,
Oh God.
Thought about it, but I just went with regular.
He does
polymorph.
not need mass polymorph.
Yeah,
Ever.
No. Did you have a mushroom on your head when you turned?
little
Yeah.
mushroom on the head and then like a little ghost frog arm.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Xena would like to go up and chop the things, what's left of the thing's head off.
Okay, yeah, easy enough to do.
Don't
It
ruin
puts
its
up no
jaw.
resistance.
And then she's also gonna just do a stab down into its heart, just kind of just doing a Xena double tap. You know, just she
Making
doesn't
sure
know
it
what
stays down.
weird celestials do, and
Yep.
she's seen things come pop back up randomly. So
Think seeing Xena do this will make Iza like basically run and punt this head as far as she can from
No,
the body.
don't
'Cause she doesn't
think-
know if it's gonna reattach.
The head, no. Ah.
She's like, oh God, Xena might be right. And she runs up and just kicks this head.
I would like
Xena
to go
watches
chase
it
the
fly.
head. I would like to go chase.
Good
the
one.
head.
Good one. Yeah.
This whole
So-
time, Tiny Servant is sitting there with two of its little arms going.
Sabira,
Xena's gonna fist bump Tiny Servant.
Sabira, are you saying that you want to go fetch?
As grating as it feels, yes, but she's not running after it. She's more of like, ugh, idiots, and then just starts.
Is
walking.
this the angry
I've
walk
seen that
chasing
fetch.
it down?
I think by the time Subira comes back, Xena's just kind of bashing thing with its own arm. Just making
Poor
sure.
creature. Being bullied even after death.
Iza
Sorry,
searches
Dad.
pockets. She wants to know if it has anything that's edible on it. It doesn't look edible.
Yeah, give me
Don't
investigation.
eat the weird celestial.
I'm not eating the celestial. I'm looking in his pockets to see if he has something edible.
Oh, pocket snacks. Okay.
Pocket snacks. That's actually a pretty good investigation. 17.
17. Now you don't find any snacks on him.
Damn it.
You do find a tuning fork, however.
Uh-oh.
I'm more pick it up, probably rise to beer, walks by and like tosses it over my shoulder because what the hell am I going to do with that? It's probably going to land near Sabira.
I'll look on the ground, know what a tuning fork is, pick it up, and go. I'll deal with you later. Just keep going towards the head.
Does it have any cool armor?
No,
It does not. It was almost naked.
Oh
Lame.
my!
Does it have a wizard spellbook?
It does not.
Does it have any scrolls that can be scribed by wizards?
It does not.
Damn
It basically just had like a furred leather almost skirt around its waist, and then kind of a almost like a brown feather boa around its neck, and that's all it was wearing. But the
Is it-
feather boa is gross looking.
All right. Did it have teeth?
It had lots of teeth.
All right, when Severa brings the head back, Zena's gonna pop out a couple of teeth for souvenirs. She
Okay.
just walks up and goes, "Oh, cool, thanks.
Easy
I meant
enough
to
to
do
do
this.
with your strength score.
Why?
Thank you."
Why?
To make see, she holds up her like charm bracelet with a bunch of other teeth and claws on it.
And now when
That's still really awesome.
when Sabira casts speak with dead, it's just gonna have a whistle when it talks.
It was the front teeth. You popped out the front teeth, didn't you?
And she's gonna go ahead and just like
Look the coolest.
glaring at the group as she's stuffing the head in her backpack. 'Cause
That's
she
kind of
can't use-
gross.
I can't use the spell today.
Yeah,
That's
you
pretty
used
weird,
all your
Sabira.
spell slots.
You know, one time we
Shall-
buried the head in the ground and the bugs ate all the flesh off of it. You might want to do something like that because it's dripping in your bag a little.
Should we
Yeah.
get going?
Oh, we don't have the bugs. We're not in the desert. Oh, I miss.
Oh, that's
home.
right.
I didn't think I would miss the desert. I kind of miss it. Good old flesh-eating bugs.
You're getting all your things all bloody. Whatever.
They're... Never mind. Yes.
Right, so are you guys heading back on the road then?
Yep.
Yes.
So the remainder of that block of travel goes by without any further issues. And you feel now that you are almost on the doorstep of your destination. There's just a couple more hours of travel left to do. Plenty of daylight to do it in. So who is going to tackle the last block of travel for the campaign? I see a little Yixis enthusiastically waving his arms.
I'd like to point out too, this entire travel, like all the travel we've done today, Isa has still been very contemplative, like towards the middle back of the group.
So, Yixis, you said we can kind of see the city off in the distance, right?
You can't see it yet, but you know just from the way the road is flattening out, and it's feeling like you're on the doorstep of a civilization.
So, Yixis will be emboldened and very much in a hurry to reconnect with Reen, and wanting to just get there as fast as possible. So he will kind of make his way towards the front of the group.
All right.
Let's
So
see.
which of your skills are you relying on, Yixis?
It may sound stupid, but he's going to do history.
Okay.
Because I feel like he probably would have read a good deal about some of these more major cities, right?
Yeah, especially Delure, knowing the role that it played in the mediation between Arcastus and the Gnolls, you'd know about the city.
So he's very excited, and he's going to start actually tour guiding this.
Okay.
If you look to the left, you'll see the blah 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 woods.
I like it.
Like Isa and Zena in the back, and like, you know, the two people in the tour group that are forced to go, and they're like, oh, they won't
Yeah.
stop.
We're just like talking about the battle. Like,
Yeah.
So
remember
that's
when you stuck him to your shield?
A lot of holes in them.
That's a 24 with a 60 percentile.
You know,
Okay.
Zeus, sometimes when you stick him with the shield, if we can get him to stay there long enough, then you bash him with the axe and kind of sandwich him.
It's a good idea. We should try that.
Yes,
So-
this is more talking to Zara and Sabira, and maybe Zerax if he doesn't have a far off look.
As you guide your companions further down this road, you eventually round a rocky outcropping. And as you do, you can see for the first time since your journey began, your destination, the city of Delure. A city that once stood as the neutral ground between your leaders and those of Arcastus. A city known for the sweet and earthy aroma that permeates the air around it. Home of the infamous Order of Beer Paladins. A city that will undoubtedly forever be remembered as the end of your first adventure beyond the borders of the desert. As you hurry excitedly down the well-traveled road, you see a familiar silhouette soaring through the sky towards you. Black feathers flecked with gold shimmer in the sunlight as Reen glides down the roadside to meet you, happily chirping and embracing several of you in a feathery hug. She looks healthy and happy after having spent the last 24 hours receiving healing and care within the city. The roads in and out of the city are patrolled regularly, making your travel quick and unhindered by the daily dangers you have faced previously. You're spotted immediately as you approach the borders of the city, and your arrival is expected. Despite the war having ended some time ago, a pack of Gnolls arriving in a city is still somewhat of an uncommon sight, even here. A young patrolman of the city guard eagerly approaches you and volunteers to escort your group to the trade depot where the caravan that the Matriarch has asked you to escort awaits. And there you see what will be your charge for the coming weeks. 4 sand skiffs, each of them to be pulled by a pair of giant hyena. It's not the most exciting work, but you're all at least somewhat aware of how important it is. Your people have never before had open trade with the cities of the world. These trade routes are the first step into a new, prosperous age for the Gnolls. As you stand there pondering the weeks to come, the shouting of Gnollish grabs your attention. A comparatively short and stocky Gnoll, looking to be in her mid-30s and covered in bite marks, approaches you and introduces herself as the handler for the hyenas that will be pulling the skiffs. She seems happy to have your help and informs you that you'll be traveling from here straight to Wright's Cast, along with another Gnoll and 2 dwarfs. And the caravan is set to depart at noon tomorrow. Hearing that you still have a little bit of time together, Reen excitedly pulls you all away from the trade depot and shows you around the city. You visit the Grand Cathedral of Moradin, where she had been recovering, receiving her healing, where she informed you that she had accidentally thrown a snowball at a priest. You take a tour of the facilities where the unique and potent Dulur Ale is produced. You visit shops, big and small, where the energetic Ravenfolk insists on buying each of you knickknacks, jewelry, and souvenirs of your time spent together. Eventually, you find yourselves one of the many alehouses of Dulur, where she treats you to a hearty meal and as much ale as you can drink. Early in the night, however, before any of you are too plastered to think straight, you sit at your table, having just finished dinner, and Reen quizzically eyes each one of you, turning to Zara eventually and speaking up before anyone has the chance to prompt her to. And she looks at you, Zara. Her brow furrows a little bit, like she's perhaps lost in thought, before she mentions that you are a curious one. It is clear to me that your people do not alienate you like they once did. Your response to this new behavior will be, I think, either a boon or a hindrance to their future. What will you do when you get back home? Mushrooms can still flourish in the sunlight, you know. And she looks at you, expecting a response. listening for the fate that awaits Zara.
I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna make good on the promise I made the matriarch. New Dagger Tree needs the Green Mothers to look over it while the city is still abandoned. It still needs its caretakers to defend it if anything would come to take it from us. The acceptance is still a bit strange after feeling shunned my entire life, but for some reason these ones followed me. Maybe I'm not so useless as I thought.
She kind of bows her head at you, looks at you one last time. You are valuable. We all see it. She looks around at the group, eventually settling her gaze on Xerax. You are a quiet one. You are an observer. I understand why. You have seen things beyond this plane. You understand their beauty and their horror. Will you use this knowledge to guide your people, or will you hide it from the world? What will you do when you return home?
I've thought about it. Once we get back home, I'm going to spend some time there. But we saw many things out in the desert that definitely need further investigation if we're to truly call it a home and welcome others. I think I need to make sure those are explored with the help of some willing from Wraith's Cast and New Dagger Tree.
She nods in agreement. Your future is bright, and the future of your people will be brighter with you helping to lead the way. She looks around once again, settling now her vision on Subira. You have much in common with Zara. A part of you belongs to one that is not your creator. But even in death, we have a choice. Service does not mean servitude. Your kind have always known this. Will the undead that walk your home be grateful for your return? Or will your path take you elsewhere?
Most of the dead are not grateful, for they are just husks. Unless they are special, and not too many of them roam the deserts. Mostly husks. But I continue to seek knowledge. Dig up any treasures, knowledge treasures, within the desert. But I never wanted to stay. I want to go out to discover more knowledge. Besides, I am far too different to go back to what I would once, very long ago, called home. But I do not fit in, nor do I want to. I would like to go out and seek more knowledge and see more of the world after finding it in the desert.
I think your society is built off of creatures that do not fit in elsewhere. You fit more than you think you do, but your search of knowledge is just as important, if not more, than trying to fit in with your people.
Nor do I care to fit in. Even if they accepted me. It's not my priority, and I'm okay being an outcast. I always have been comfortable with it.
There is strength in being different. Rather than looking around the group this time, her eyes just immediately snap towards Iza. And she grabs a mug of ale off the table and kind of holds it up in the air. Iza, you are a troublemaker. The heritage of your people runs very strongly through your veins. This is not a bad thing. You protect your kin with every fiber of your being. With a bit more experience, you will be a very formidable asset to your people. Or will you seek a different purpose?
She looks around the group for a moment and she kind of almost seems to sober up, look a little sad. I would love to return to home with everyone, to spend my days following Zara and seeing what she does, to spend time with Xena, sparring with her, learning from Xerax and Neoxys. But if I returned now, I feel like something would be left unresolved. I feel like I'm on the brink of learning something new. I don't know what it is yet. But if I leave now, if I return home now, I lose that opportunity. So I will not be returning with you guys. I'm not going to escort the caravan. I will stay here. I will explore some more. Maybe find some new traveling companions. Gain more experience. And return, hopefully, by the time it is time to select a new matriarch. And be there to support Zara as she undergoes the trials for that. Plus, I don't know if that Minotaur is still out there, and if it's following me, I'm not taking it home with me.
We understand not wanting to take dangers home. I have been in similar situation. I think everybody knows that I will not be going to Wraith's Cast with you, so I'm happy to stay here with Iza for a while. Make sure she doesn't get into too much trouble. It will be a difficult task, though.
But you can be rest assured that everywhere I go, I will tell stories of Zara the Wise, Xena the Glorious, Xerax the Hunter, Yixis the Brave, and Sabira the Historian, who may occasionally come back as Sabira the Strange to paint on the story.
She is very strange.
Sabir just does a slow blink. What's strange?
Not a
about-
pew pew.
Not a pew pew. My eyes, there's moisture in them.
After everybody has a moment of quiet to process what they just heard from Iza, Reen again eventually speaks up after looking across the group and settling her gaze on Xena. You, Xena, bring style to the savagery of your people. This is a rarity among Gnolls. You have much to teach on and off the battlefield, if you can hold your attention long enough to teach it. I have heard rumor that your matriarch seeks to repair the Colosseum in the desert and
Beat
hold
me to it.
tournaments of strength. Perhaps you will be its first champion, if that is the glory you seek when you return home. It would certainly suit you.
Actually, I have many plans, first of all. I mean, what am I not going to do is really the better question. But it's funny you bring up the Colosseum. I'm not just going to be the first winner of any battles that are going to take place there. Now, I have designs on talking to the matriarch about how we can really just gloriously bring back the Colosseum, and I won't just participate. I would like to be the ringmaster, the leader of the Colosseum. I would like to train young acolytes and bring them up into glory. I would like to design glorious warriors' outfits to be shining gold and glittering throughout the Colosseum to bring people from thousands of miles away to come and see the glory of our warriors. Not just the prowess of their battle, but the beauty of them. And if I ever come upon a dragon hunter, I would insist that they teach me all of their ways so that I could take care of that damn dragon in the desert. So at some point, that's gonna happen. I might drag his ass into the Colosseum for that day. But
I will be sure to spectate when you do.
for sure. So yeah, pretty much I would like to bring the Colosseum to its glory and design a line of glorious warrior wear.
You will be sure to bring a new and unique shining style to your people.
I will.
And then, of course, eventually, her gaze slowly drifts over to Yixis. When it settles on him, she reaches her hand out across the table, hoping that he will do the same. She can hold on to his hand while she says, Yixis,
He does.
I have enjoyed our time together. We will go our separate ways tomorrow. But it will not be a goodbye. You and me, we're tethered by the arcane. We cannot resolve this problem when we are distant from each other. But our destinies lie apart for now. Besides, you have someone waiting for you back home, don't you? Will you share your journey with her?
So Yixis looks down for a little bit and takes a big drink. And for the first time, you hear his voice a little more relaxed, not trembling as usual. Yeah, probably. I do have a lot of stories I want to tell. I've got a lot of reading I want to do too. But we do need to get this fixed.
We do. No
And-
more snowballs.
Or tidal waves.
Oh, I think I prefer the snowballs.
So would I.
The priest did.
But I want you to know I've learned so much from you, and it's the first time anybody's really taken an interest in teaching me, and I was hoping that even if not right now, maybe you could apprentice me.
I would be honored to teach you everything I know.
And there's just like a big sigh of relief from Yixis. You can tell he was very worried about her saying no, but then he'll look up a moment after, and there is a new look of concern on his face. Well, before you truly give your answer, there is something you need to know, though.
Oh?
We know what happened to your brother.
You do?
We found out while you were unconscious after the ritual, and well, things got hectic and we wanted to tell you, but we just didn't get the chance because you were so exhausted. And
What did you find out?
he's dead.
How do you know?
And you can see tears in his eyes. Zael came up to the mountain while you were unconscious, and she was there to finish to kill you and take us home, but we convinced her not to. She wanted you dead because she thought that if you ever found out about your brother, you would come to kill her, because she fought him and killed him.
Your matriarch killed him. How? Why?
If I remember correctly, the original fight that they had ended in both parties separating, but then this second fight, he attacked her first.
Yeah, so the two of them have kind of had a rivalry since the first time they met, because he took Zael's eyes. He cut her eyes out. And so she vowed to kill him for it after that. And they've had several spats, eventually ending in her killing him.
So Yixis will kind of outline his understanding of it and try to be as gentle about it as possible. But he has a feeling that Reen knows what her brother did and the kind of tactics he used. And he's not going to sugarcoat Zael's tactics, because obviously her tactics are very obvious. But once he's done that and allowed that to settle on Reen for a moment, he will say, it's weird to say this, in as nice a way as possible, he will say those things that Zael told them to say, that if she wants to bring him back, she will not hunt them as long as they do not hunt her, all that stuff. And he will look to Sabira, who I believe is the one that has his skull.
Did she get the skull?
One of
I
us
don't remember
did.
that.
One of you has it.
Okay, then it was probably
Unless you
me.
guys left it on the mountaintop. Which
Nope,
you're
that would have
free
been
to
me.
do.
I just, for some weird reason, I have no recollection that she even got the skull, but she would have probably been the one to carry it. So yeah.
It was either you or Azara.
Yep.
Possibly Ixis.
I'll hand it over. Like, keep it in like this little satchel she has because she doesn't want to really take it out. So she's just like.
It's actually probably best.
Yeah, it's like,
Normally,
here, let me just
normally
take
she
your
whip it
brother's
out.
head and reach it
Yeah.
over the table here.
Hey, long time no see.
God, no.
No, normally she would. Oh God, I killed him.
That'd be horrible.
Oh, normally she would take it out like no problem, but she's like, oh, this is a different situation. She knows social etiquette to a certain extent, so she's just like
And Yixis
slides
will
it over
reach
to
for it.
Yixis.
Yeah, and he'll take it and he'll just slide it on the seat to her, and he'll say, "I'm really sorry this happened, but I got to meet you, but I couldn't continue learning from you, knowing this and not telling you."
She takes the satchel and she doesn't look at you as you speak. Her eyes are just fixed, looking down into this bag at the skull of her brother. And you could see it on her face as you were describing the situation to her, that she had kind of a somber understanding of it all. And you picked up on this previously as well during her teachings, and when the two of you were just having casual conversation, that she knew what her brother was up to, and she chose not to talk about it, probably more so for her sake than anyone else's. And so she had a pretty good feeling that he was gone, and the expression she has now just kind of confirms that. And she just sits there for a moment, clutching that satchel, holding it closely to her chest, for eventually kind of looking up at all of you. Thank you for bringing him back to me.
If you want to talk to him, let me know.
I'm gonna kind of bap her a little bit.
will.
I said some social etiquette.
Getting dagger eyes from Isa, who totally forgot we had the skull.
I
and the
will
whole
take
thing.
him home and bury him. We had a lot of troubles together, and I don't want to bring him back into them now that he's free of it. He has earned rest. So, thank you.
If you still want it, I'd be happy to see your home with you and accompany you back.
I would welcome the companionship. This changes nothing between us, Dixis. You are not involved. I am not involved in this feud between them. I'm sad that he's gone, but I think I knew. It's okay.
No,
He
it's
can
at least
rest.
good to have closure, at least.
Yeah.
Yixis losing some amount of control has leapt at her and just big old bear hugs.
And she stretches one of her wings out and kind of wraps it around the two of you in a hug.
You're giving them a beat. Xena's gonna grab Isa, grab Xerix, Zara, and Sabira and pull them around those two and give
Oh, yeah.
everybody a big hug.
You don't
Oh,
have to
bring
pull
it
hard
in,
on.
guys. Just bring it in.
Oh, they're touching. They're
You
touching.
don't have to pull hard
Oh,
on Isa,
touching.
but she's gonna start helping like drag people in.
I'm gonna miss you guys.
I'm not used to this.
Fireball.
Anyone who tries to escape,
Yeah,
she I have
Do
Sentinel.
not-
I'll grab people.
Do not fireball in a Delure alehouse.
Yes.
The alcohol content in the air alone might kill you.
All of a sudden, the Grand City is now just a crater.
Yep.
it was just a fluffy
Well-
puppy pile, okay? Just a fluffy puppy pile.
Sabira chooses not to Misty Step.
Oh,
That's progress.
she's just
She
like,
might have gotten hit if she
I
did.
accept
Super
this
uncomfortable.
begrudgingly.
Super uncomfortable, but she chooses not to Misty Step.
Probably a good
So-
thing, because Isa probably would have hit her if she did.
Just try not to mess up her makeup, crying.
Right. After a good bit more commiserating on where your futures will take you, the hours tick onwards and the mugs of ale stack upon your table until you all eventually find yourselves making your way to a cozy inn room for the night, dozing off, dreaming of the adventures and hardships you faced together. Some of you ready to finally go home. And that's where we're going to close on this group of Gnolls. But there is one other thing that needs to be resolved. If we could go to the map screen real quick.
Uh-oh.
I'm concerned.
Map screen is active.
Free for all?
Not
Who's the
quite.
strongest? Go.
Scatter.
We're just having a battle royale now?
Not quite.
Do it.
But there is something. Ezra.
What? What? Oh my god, what?
No, you didn't.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
Before you
Oh my god.
stands a great scaled beast. Purple, pink hues twist and writhe across the blackness of its scales. Yellows and reds swirling around piercing, pulsing white lights on the flesh of its wings. A dance of otherworldly creation orbiting a central star embedded in the creature's chest. Its gaze turns to meet yours as it lifts its mighty wings, and the colors out of space spread from its flesh to surround you in a celestial light show. There you stand, atop a crystalline platform in a place beyond worlds. Your new patron looking down upon you. The great beast opens its jagged maw to speak, and your mind is flooded with a cacophony of whispers quietly screaming in 1,000 incomprehensible languages, filling your vision with images of crystal towers stretching to the heavens and folding in on themselves. Obelisks standing atop a world of pale water and twisted flesh of abominations growing from the fertile soil of a forest of violet trees. The cosmic horror floods every corner of your being until it flows from your eyes in a crimson stream of impossible understanding. Your patron has gifted you a sliver of his power, and in return requires your servitude. And that is the note that we are going to end Gnoll way out on.
I love that Cassius is my patron.
Yes.
Your patron is a freaking dragon.
No, this was my backup
No.
character. He's actually a cleric.
Yeah,
That is-
so
He's
this,
the void domain.
Yeah,
And his god was Cassius, which is
Cassius.
your
So
campaign
for
1
the-
character.
yeah, those that don't know, Cassius was my character from campaign 1 of Destiny Forged, who attained the ability to, let's say, become one with the void, taking the form of a void dragon,
Oh.
and has been at work on various projects during the course of these timelines, but has been shut out of this particular realm because planar travel was locked down. But now that
Yeah.
it's back open, somebody has gained a new patron.
That is amazing.
That's awesome. And he's all sparkly eyed. He's like,
So thank you, everyone, for being a part of this ridiculous mess of a wonderful campaign.
no pups, what can we say?
I can say with complete honesty that it went in a direction that I did not expect it to, nor was I planned for it to. But I think it worked out. I
Thank
hope
you, Fox, for
everybody.
taking us on this journey.
Yes,
I
thank
hope
you.
everybody had a good
Mhm.
time.
Yes.
I
It's
had a
so much
hell of a
fun.
good time.
Yeah, it was a
with
blast.
this adventure.
So much fun.
We'll miss
Bag of
Isa.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. Zena's
Oh.
one of my favorite
Zara
characters
and
of all
Xena.
time.
Aw.
I wanted to do the epilogue the way that we did, talking about the futures of your characters rather than saying this is what happens, because you never know when they may need to make an appearance again, whether it's in a one shot or a guest appearance in a campaign or just talked about in a piece of history. They are characters that exist now in this persistent world of ours. So I wanted to leave that open-ended for them.
Yay.
Isa was not kidding though. When it comes time to select a new matriarch, she's gonna be there pushing Zara to do it.
That's just asking for a world of trouble.
Zara is leader.
Though leader would have given Isa a parting gift and given her the 9 lives stealer,
Cool.
because it's more useful in her hands. Let's face it.
Sabira also does eventually try to track down that traveling blacksmith, to return the book as she promised.
Oh, that
Good luck.
traveling blacksmith.
Yep. She's like, I finished it.
I just want to say, because I know a lot of you were sitting there going, oh, it's Isa. She's going off on her own again. Isa is literally on the brink of discovering some semblance of self-worth, so I couldn't send her back yet.
That's why I give her 3 hours. Although now that you're with Reen, as soon as you part, 3 hours.
Yeah.
As soon as like you part, she trips over a rock and it just does like a domino cascade where it just knocks down every shrine to every demon lord ever.
Yes.
You're going to be a day into your travel back to Wraith's Cast, and then suddenly a portal is going to open up in front of you to the shifting labyrinth, and you're going to see Reen there pushing Isa out. And then
Done. Take her back.
She's your problem again.
Isa is officially like the Scrat of our world.
yes.
Yeah.
My
Oh,
concern is that Reen would do that and trigger the 5 spells, and we would.
Right.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I'm a little sad that didn't go off one more time. You were 2 spells away from it triggering, but
I know I
That's
had
okay.
a die rolling to count.
there's going to be many days of travel in Yixis's future that will be plagued by sudden arcane overcharges.
Just
I-
don't
I-
hang
I
around
think
the
after the
matriarch's
first
daughter.
day, Yixis is going to do ascending terrain and go, I know you said a year, but we gotta take care of this now.
On the cart ride back to like day 1, Sabira will probably take out the bloody, starting to rot skull, and she's like, "Didn't you have questions for it, Zara?"
So that
He'll
that
talk now.
creature that is a really fun creature. Also a pain in the ass, but a really fun creature called a Sandman. And it is
Yup.
attracted
Ooh.
to tasty dreams. And I basically treated Zara's visions of the possibilities of the future as a very tasty dream. And it was attracted to that, and it was following you guys and basically feeding off of Zara's dreams and visions until you guys teleported out of the desert. And then it's like, well, where'd my snack go?
Aw.
What an a-hole.
Oh man. Yeah, that thing was creepy. I'm like, that's a celestial? Oh, it's
Yeah.
ugly.
It
Ugly
is an
dude.
ugly one.
It's dead now.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's real good that it didn't get a surprise on you guys, because it has this nifty little thing when it surprises people called the Eye Closer's Curse. When it hits you with a surprise attack, it basically pins you down and scratches a rune onto the surface of your eyeballs, which forces your eyes to shut and remain shut until the curse is lifted by greater restoration or remove curse.
Superior wouldn't know what to do with herself. Her
Yeah.
eyes are always open.
You're set to permanent blink.
Ah!
So it's a darn good thing
But she doesn't
that
sleep, so she just be there.
Xerax rolled as well as he did on that encounter.
Yes.
Oh, that was terrifying that our last roll was. I mean,
Ooh.
it was fun to do it on you anyway, but for that to be the roll, it was like, oh, it could have been so bad.
Good job there. Break the cycle. Break the cycle.
Well, the worst part is it's not like Xerix has had bad stats.
It's just your dice
Bad
that hate
rolls.
Yeah.
No, it's
Great stats.
specifically travel rolls.
Yep.
My dice
Yeah.
are perfect every time. They're like, travel roll.
No.
You're like, I'm supposed to be good at this. No, you're
I
not.
feel
Which,
like that
I
was
mean,
the
It
Nope.
kind of fit his backstory of being lost at one point, but the dice didn't need to do that every time.
The dice
They
were
said they
just
did.
RPing.
Yeah, they're like, no, you're a chronically lost ranger. I'm sorry, I can't help you there.
That's so bad.
Like,
yeah.
can I go back to my favorite terrain where I can't be lost?
Seriously.
You know of
Like,
I'm not at home.
I created a backup character to do that was literally a wandering monk. Had no sense of direction, just stumbles into things.
Just a whole group of directionally impaired
Oh, God.
young Gnolls wandering through the world.
What could possibly go wrong?
So happy I was a navigator.
as a character that was designed as a literally a guide character, it's like you just fail, sir.
The really
Well, I'm
funny
gonna-
thing. Go ahead.
No, it's just like I'm just gonna hang back here and just watch because that's apparently what I'm good at.
It's really funny that Spirit, every time a map comes, Spirit's like, oh, I'll do it. I have a navigator. And he's just like, I'm good with maps. She literally is. She has a background of Wanderer, which makes her really good with maps. It just made me laugh every time.
She did, but the way Isa acted, she's like, I don't
No.
trust this bitch.
Oh, I know.
I mean,
Did anyone put their faith in Isa? Let's be honest.
I did.
Zara did.
True.
Yeah. It was pretty
So I think while we have a little bit of time left in this show, let's say, there's anything that anyone was curious about that happened in the campaign, any questions that anyone had?
What's the dagger do? The cursed dagger.
Was that the dragon one?
The dragon dagger, yeah.
Okay, so that was a fun little thing that if it was ever used to damage a dragon, it would A, instead of doing the damage, it would heal them, and B, it would immediately shift the dragon and the bearer of the dagger to a demiplane.
Whoa.
Wow.
What happened on that demiplane would be up to the dragon and the bearer of that dagger.
You gave
Interesting.
it to
You-
Isa.
No, gave it to
No.
me.
Oh.
Zara has it.
Zara does have
Zara's
it.
cursed by the
Okay.
dagger.
You gave her the
I-
other. Okay. You
Yeah,
gave
I
her
got the
other thing.
9
Okay.
lives.
Ooh.
No, yeah, she.
Don't give it to Xena.
No, they.
It doesn't use daggers, so
That's
no
true.
worries there. They're too tiny.
What was the so Subira already had knowledge of them before she actually met the crew, but those recording stones, who were those people? Because she had a couple of those before she
Yes.
met the crew, and she's like, who the fuck are these people?
So those echo stones that you had, it was the same person on all of them, and that person is an arcanist named Antia Venathan, and she, some of you with keen minds will remember, is or made her first sort of appearance in Sonata. Sonata 1, you guys broke into her room in Winterclaw Keep. And in Sonata 2, you saw her locked in a time bubble with the dragon.
Oh,
There
that
was more
her.
stones that you guys were going to come across
Yeah.
throughout the desert that would tell more of that story, but
Damn it.
obviously we went in a different direction.
So,
This
burning
chick's been
question
eluding
from
us.
everyone, because we hated this and we didn't get to do it. What was the obelisk?
Obelisk.
Yeah.
Okay, the obelisk was a lot of fun, was going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh,
Subira totally will seek that out when it's time again.
It's gone.
it's gone.
You said in a
Never
year.
see it.
It's effectively impossible to solve that puzzle now.
Oh.
Because that obelisk, the first obelisk that you guys came across, it had that sliding puzzle on it.
Yeah.
And I was really hoping you guys would attempt that puzzle. You didn't, and it broke my heart a little bit. But that puzzle, you had to attune to it in order to move any of the pieces on it.
Mm-hmm.
And only one person could attune to it at a time. And if you removed that attunement, the puzzle would reset. But every time you slid one of those pieces, you would take damage. And if you healed yourself through magical or natural means at any point while attuned to that puzzle, the damage would double.
Oh, wow.
So you could heal yourself. You'd just take more damage from doing so.
Yeah, I remember you saying like your description of it made it sound like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't fuck with this. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that's what all the skeletons at the base of it was basically a warning. Like,
yeah,
if you
Yeah.
guys figure out how to advance this puzzle, it's gonna hurt.
I just know that I asked you, I was like, oh, do I make a roll to see if I solve it? You're like, sure, but you also have to actually solve it. I'm like, oh, I'm not going to sit here and like bore everybody trying to solve it because I would if I had the time. But I'm like, I'm not going to do that to viewers and my players. I'm just like,
So
it'll take a while.
Feel like there's
upon solving that puzzle, a little chamber inside of that obelisk would have opened up, and inside of that chamber was going to be a scale from one of the world dragons. I won't tell you which one. And also a light would emit from the tip of that obelisk, pointing in a specific direction, which after many days of travel, of following it, would lead you to another obelisk, which would have another puzzle. Obelisk number 2
geez.
was going to have a puzzle that required the 2 golden orbs that you guys obtained from the living statue in the desert, which you guys gave one of those away.
Mhm.
So that would have been a trek to go find that again. And then that obelisk would have led to a third, which would have led to a fourth, which would have eventually opened up a door in some ruins within the desert that contained a big secret that I'm not going to reveal because I'm just going to put that somewhere else in the world now.
Man.
that is really cool. I'm really
That's
bummed we
really
didn't get
cool.
to do it. Just we had so many characters that were like, meh.
yeah.
I
Because Xena wasn't gonna
created it.
sit down and solve that.
I
No,
created
neither was Isa.
everything knowing that there was like a 50-50 chance that you guys would just walk right past it.
And the way
Yeah.
you set it up made it like legit terrifying.
Yeah.
Like,
That was what I hoped.
Yeah.
That it would
Yeah.
be an actual debate as to whether you guys
Yeah.
wanted to do that or not.
Big risk, big reward. And if, Isa was a more
Makes sense.
intelligent character that, or a spellcaster, she'd be interested.
yeah, Xena was bored.
But she just liked to
Yeah.
hit things.
yeah. We were
What
not
was
about it.
underneath the Colosseum?
That was my next question. Thank you.
So
And what
I
was
have my
the spider?
checklist.
Was the spider gonna be bad?
the
Xena's
spider,
definitely gonna go after that spider when she gets
when
back.
you guys were there, the spider would have been a very difficult encounter.
Oh.
Now it would be a breeze for you guys, but at the time it was a very difficult encounter, and there was two major points in that Colosseum underground, really just the two whole points of that place existing that you guys didn't go to. One of
Aw.
them was the sealed door that led to a room that was basically chock full of ancient magical armaments, like weapons and siege weapons and
Aw.
instructions on how to create this stuff. It was essentially, here's a piece of history that you can now pass along to your people to give yourselves a formidable defense force.
So
for your
like one of the main
civilization,
things we were
basically.
actually sent to
Yes.
find
Yep.
was there.
And we walked away.
Sabir would have just loved the history behind it, not so much what it was for.
And the
So you don't
other
find it
thing-
eventually.
eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing was the spider, which that was a room that was full of spider webs, thick fire resistant spider webs, and hidden underneath them was a trap door, and underneath that trap door was a chamber that contained a stone mural that depicted the initial battle between the world dragons and the forgotten gods.
Son of a
Oh.
bitch! That shit we need to learn about.
We'll get there. Don't worry.
The ancient dragons the world dragons are still such a huge mystery. Damn it! Damn
Well, I mean,
it!
if Zael's reopening the Coliseum, then that's all probably going to be gone through.
Also,
it will.
where do you think the tournament is going to take place for the end of campaign battle royale?
That's
Right.
true. I figured it was the Colosseum. I figured it was.
Please use Xena as an NPC to like.
That would be
She's-
awesome.
Xena's the
Ringmaster, yeah.
ringmaster. I've decided on it.
So the
Guest appearance from Kiara.
You have to say glorious though.
Yeah,
the
you have to do that.
the hidden trapdoor room with the mural, it wouldn't have been as straightforward as, okay, let's go down here and look at this mural and learn some stuff. It was a half flooded room that was about 50 feet straight down through the trapdoor. So you guys would have had to figure out how to get down there to start and how to get back up afterwards. But the mural had a curse on it that it was a curse of bloodletting, essentially. If you continuously failed the save while trying to observe this mural, then you would have been enticed to offer your blood to it, basically. So
Challenge
whoever
accepted.
went down there would have had some important saves to make.
Subira would just let her level up one time. She'll have water breathing or water walking. She'd totally do it.
I got a random question. When Isa died, she got the 3 doors, right? She got the one
Yes.
that was the one that Zara gave with the mushrooms. She got the one which was dying and going into the endless hunt. And she got the red door, which I'm assuming wasn't Yunagu.
So the door to the endless hunt, that was actually Yunogu's door. That is his realm in the abyss, the Death Dells. It is essentially an endless hunting ground that he is master over. So that one would have been choosing to die and have your soul go there. The mushroom one was a choice that's the one that you took, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I took.
so we know what happened there. And the red one, The red one was basically a door that would have had you accepting death, but with the opportunity to rise again as a witherling and continue your trek with the party.
I thought it would have turned me into a withering. Just had to ask.
Zara and Subira would have put you down.
Because despite what Subira would like everyone to believe, being a witherling is a choice.
That she does not like. It's still bad. She don't
So
like it.
Fair enough.
you're
But
taking a
enough.
choice off the table for other people? How dare you?
It's a choice put there by their goddamn creator.
Okay.
She
Well,
does
different than I
not
thought,
like-
but I had a feeling it had something to do with witherings. So
So,
I mean,
so
there
you're
was-
saying
there was
it's
more
their
to it.
Gnoll given right?
There would have been a lot of stuff that occurred over the duration of you being a witherling, but that would have been the immediate thing that happened upon taking that door.
Oh, I could have attuned my ring with you. My
Could
bond
have,
from
yeah.
beyond ring. So any damage I get, I'm like, do it to her. Do it to her.
kill the witherling.
Kill the witherling.
There, speaking of rings and things made by that smith, there was something that you guys could have gotten from that smith that I'm not going to reveal what it was, because like most things that don't get used in my adventures, I'm going to use it elsewhere. But
Sonata 3.
probably you guys found, I think it was in the Colosseum underground, an eye, Ursat's eye. If you had given that to the smith because he was missing an eye, he would have given you something really neat.
Damn, I
An
have,
eye for
and
an
I
eye.
have it, and I have that eye.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
He would have
Your
given you a
fault.
proper arm.
Yeah,
Was
one
the,
thing that I tried to do with that smith was tie his gifts and his creations into all the different materials and things that you guys had come across and were going to come across in the desert.
Now, did you have plans for a smith like that
No.
in first place, or
No.
was that completely solely because we kept talking about a wandering blacksmith?
Yeah, he didn't exist as even a remote idea until you guys came up with him, basically.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yay.
Whose camp was it? Who was dropping those information stone?
That was the
Yeah,
Arcanist.
that was the Arcanist, Antia. She was
Oh.
in the camp that you guys came across. That cookware that Xena has
Mhm.
was hers. She had enchanted it, and she used that frying pan to smash that broken sword that you guys came across. She was attacked by... initially, it was by more of those large clockwork creatures that were roaming the desert.
Mhm.
And then that was immediately followed by an attack by some undead, which was then immediately followed by your skelly friend wandering up onto that camp as well.
Where
And
is Skelly?
she had... he is with her.
Ah!
Oh,
And
Kelly
she had
lives.
fought her attackers and chased them further into the desert. And while she was off dealing with that, that's when you guys came across her camp.
oh, so she came back to a raided
She
camp.
came back to a raided camp, her cookware missing, some of her items taken as well.
They took her
Guys are
bedroll.
awful.
Dude, that's
Guys
like
are-
that cookware is now a Xena family heirloom. So.
Yes, it is. And I still carry around
Stay in
the
her line forever.
I still carry
Oh
the
my
giant piece
God.
of fur that I got to sleep on. Oh,
Okay, I have
Oh,
another one.
lady.
I have one.
Go ahead.
Snake. The arcane mark. What's that gonna end up being?
That I don't have an answer for. Because I knew that was going to hatch near the end of the campaign. So I basically just created the juvenile version of it. Because I knew it wasn't going to get anywhere. I knew you guys didn't have time magic, so you couldn't make it older.
We'll
not
find
Keo.
you.
But that, as far as I'm concerned, that creature is Yixis's creature now. And Yixis is your character. So you can take control of that creature and make it into what you want it to be.
Well, that's dangerous.
That's very
Yeah,
dangerous.
Yeah.
that's really dangerous.
Speaking of
I
That's
like making
D&D.
OP things.
speaking of snakes, the egg that it ate, what type of snake was that going to be if it had
If it
actually
wasn't a
hatched?
snake.
That was just an ordinary desert snake.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when they're adults, they're quite large. They're not quite medium creatures, but they're close. So it's probably a good thing that it
Boys.
didn't hatch.
Probably.
Okay.
And it's probably a good thing that you didn't find its parents either. You just raided the nest.
Yeah.
Was it
Nice
possible
precaution.
for us to find where those like clockwork things had come from?
Yes, it was. So that was
That
actually
was the
going
clock
to be
tower, wasn't it?
Nope. That I'm not entirely sure where the clock tower idea came from. There is no clock tower. Somebody said it at some point, and then it was just one of those things that happens in a D&D group where somebody says something and then everybody latches onto it. Like, yeah, that's the thing. And the DM sitting there like, that's not the thing, but I'm not going to tell you that's not the thing.
But you guys wander around trying to find something that doesn't exist.
But that whole clockwork quest line was like the big quest line that I had planned for the desert.
Oh,
So we went right past.
And yeah,
we
but
went
that's
to
okay.
the mountains.
That's okay.
Because Isa was dying.
You could have let Isa wander off in the desert and die
went
alone.
in the right direction, I think, despite skipping over some of the stuff. But that clock tower stuff was going to lead you to an underground town, essentially, that was run by a druid that I was going to be making a new druid subclass based off of, that I was going to call the Clockwork Druid. And it is essentially a druid that has embraced the use of metals and precious minerals and stuff in their magic and their creations, directly opposing the typical druid stance of no metal objects, like full stop.
Zara would have taken offense to that.
And
especially the clockwork part.
Yeah, this druid, his backstory is that he originated from a sect of druids in Arcastis that he didn't really want to be a part of them anymore because he saw the advancement that was going on in that city around him. He's like, why are we not embracing that as well? And the druids are like, that's against the druid rules. And he's like, fuck you guys, I'm out. And he went to the desert, stumbled upon some ruins that led him to an underground area that he began to construct a city in. And for those of you that have played Fable 3 and played the Understone DLC, the city was like heavily influenced from that kind of steampunk clockwork aesthetic.
That would have been awesome.
That would have been cool. So Isa would have totally
one
taken
shot that someday.
Maybe one day we'll revisit that. There would have been some neat creatures that you came across. The spiders that were stealing your stuff, that's where they were from, was that underground town. You would have had some choices to make, whether you want to kill the druid, let him go, have him help your people in some way. There were some denizens of this underground town that were essentially brainwashed, but now have built lives down there and don't really want to leave. So you would have had to make the decisions as to whether to free these people or tell them the truth, reveal them to the world, all that kind of stuff.
No, we beat up the druid and we drag him back to Zael. She can enslave him to make things for the rest of the camp.
Oh god.
Yeah, don't say anything more. Maybe we'll do one shot in the future. Get the gang back together or something. I don't know.
I mean, it's out there in the desert waiting to be discovered. So.
Well, it was on Sabira's to-do list, so that and I don't know if this was just kind of like the Clockwork Tower or whatever, where it was just more of a rumor, but it says rumors of a gargantuan sand turtle thought to have gone extinct generations ago. Yeah. What was that?
So that was one of the many points on the original map of the desert that I had created and placed there for you guys to happen across. I'm not going to reveal too much about it
Okay.
because a lot of it was going to depend on where you guys were at the time and what you knew and the questions that you asked this creature. But essentially, it was a giant turtle that was disguised as a sand dune that would move throughout the desert. And that was kind of its form of defense. The way that it hid itself from the world was just pretending to be a sand dune. You guys would have had the opportunity to discover what it was. It had the ability to speak. It was an intelligent creature. It was an ancient creature. So if you guys had any history questions for it, it would have answered.
Oh, Sabira.
So less about the campaign itself, but from everyone's characters. When you concepted your characters, what was the concept you started with, and did your character turn out like you wanted?
Yes.
You didn't tell me what your concept was, though.
Sorry. I just wanted to do something that was just totally different and slightly creepy. I don't play too many spellcasters, partially because I don't know how and they're intimidating. So I was like, you know what? I'll just do a warlock. It's fine. And thought I would do something because a lot of people do like great old ones or celestial, whatever. I'm like, I want to do something different and do like some undead kind of character and kind of base it around that. And then when I saw the different evocations I could have with it, I was like, oh my god, I could just pile on the creepy where she doesn't sleep, and then just for flair, she would never blink because of it. That was just my own little spin on it. And yeah, I already right off the bat wanted to make a character where she just hated being a Gnoll because she hates like how barbaric and stupid they all are because all they're like rah, blood and fighting, rah, which was traditional Gnoll. And she was like, no, that's stupid. So I wanted to create something that was the opposite of that, and then just do something that I don't see too terribly often from warlocks, which is more of the undead route as opposed to some of the other routes. So
more Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, pretty much.
For me, my starting concept was I wanted an adventurer who never wanted to be an adventurer, and was basically a coward. So pretty much that went to, okay, what kind of class would this guy be? Well, who doesn't want to be an adventurer? Somebody who's got their nose in a book all the time. All right, wizard. You know, and what would a cowardly wizard look like? Somebody who has something, other things do all his work for him. Okay, conjurer. You know, so you know, stuff like that. And honestly, I never went to put a backstory to Yixis in the first place, but then as I played him, more and more backstory just came to me, and Fox can attest to the little conversations we'd have after a session. I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if this? And he's like, yeah, it would. You know, so yeah, it ended up being what I wanted and more. So
I just wanted to play a Circle of Spores druid, and I really liked Zuckmoy, so there you go.
You did say that for a while. You were just like, I really want to play Circle of Spores Druid. Even before this, you're like, I want to play this. So
you didn't say I'd become group mom.
Yeah. No, it seems that my characters are usually turn out to be the group parents, even though they don't want to be.
But you wanted to be Turtle Dad. You
oh yeah, no, that was Toka's full design. Was he was Turtle Dad.
Yeah. That was the only one intentionally group parent.
I started with I wanted a lot of the melee capacity of something like a warrior, but I wanted the flex caster side of things. So I started with, oh, well, my options are a very specific breed of fighter, which is the I want to call it the spell sword, and I don't think that's it anymore.
Oh, the
Eldritch
Eldritch,
Knight.
no,
Eldritch
Eldritch
Knight?
Knight or the Echo Knight.
Yeah, basically where they're the int caster breed.
Yeah, Eldritch Knight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, that could be fun.
It
And
is.
I was like, Paladin. I'm not doing a no Paladin. It's not gonna happen.
Hilarious in this game, though.
yeah.
That
That would've
just
been
seems
funny.
wrong.
Feels like just saying those words together.
The last time I got to touch on Ranger was 3rd edition. I was like, it'd be fun to revisit that now that it's not as horrifying. And I wanted something like the Ranger subclasses were a lot of them are like, oh, Beastmaster, which is a really stereotypical, oh, you're a Ranger, you're a Beastmaster. And I was like, no, you know what? I want to do something different. So I was like, Horizon Walker.
That's a fun class.
That's cool.
Well,
Especially at
it
higher
also
levels.
seemed to fit the whole aesthetic of out in the desert. So, as we know in this world, weird shit happens in the desert.
Yeah.
So I was
That's
like,
fair.
Horizon Walker is like right down that path of why is everything weird out here?
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yep.
And it played well with just what was going on in the world as well, with all the planar goofiness.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I
it
knew
came in
we
play
were
a lot.
already dealing with like the planar issues
Yeah.
in the world, so I was like, oh, this could be a blast because it's like,
It's even more
hey, you
appropriate.
detect a planar portal. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Those are broken technically at the moment. Why do I see one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, Xena was, I didn't really know much about like Gnolls as a race, and so I wanted to do like a fighter type since I don't know the lore as well, and I'd never played a barbarian before, so I thought immediately of that. And then I've always wanted to play a character that plays with gender identity, and so I thought it would be pretty great to have this like gloriously glamorous transgender Gnoll barbarian. And that's just, I got this idea in my head of kind of this RuPaul inspired Gnoll, and and I thought she would be just awesome, and she definitely surpassed all my expectations, and giving her a level in Bard was just perfect. And so just like, she's just so dear to my heart now that, yeah, she turned out to be above and beyond what I was hoping for. What about you, for Isa?
Isa, I knew I wanted to do something martial because I was playing a spellcaster in Mass Effect Horizon, so I wanted to go martial with this. And her base concept was she was an orphan. She didn't really have anyone to take care of her, really. So she saw her life as best used to ensure someone else stays alive. But she has no sense of self-worth. She has no sense of anything to herself. So her life was literally forfeit from the moment she was born, in her eyes. So she just wanted to protect the people around her. If it cost her life, it cost her life. And that's kind of, I asked Raven about using Tyrus in her backstory, because if he had said no, I would have gone two-handed weapon. But to bring the shield in with Tyrus having been there, it felt like it was a nice fit.
Especially when he was there for the year time skip too. He was there for
At least a few
I was there
months.
for the first
a few months.
and then I ended up in the place.
You became even the ambassador, I think. Zael anointed you being like the ambassador or something like that. So yeah, so it would have made total sense for not only for her to admire you there, but probably even potentially be trained.
Yeah. And what about Breen for Fox?
So that was a character that I had created initially as my backup character for the Tuesday game, like 2 years ago, or however long it's been.
Because Zael kept dying.
The
Yep.
first time that Zael died, I
Go
was like,
on.
yeah, okay, I should probably have a backup character.
How many
Uh,
times has Zael
He
died?
died 4 or 5 times.
Four or five, yeah.
A lot,
Basically,
a
if she dies again, the DC to bring her back is just not going to happen.
DC 18.
And so I came up
Impossible.
with Reen, which is a character that I wanted to dedicate entirely to spells out of the Midgard book.
Yeah.
And so I created her as a geomancer, which is a wizard subclass that focuses on, well, geomancy type magic that affects the world and requires a connection to the ley lines of the world and the natural flow of magic through nature. It's basically a wizard version of a druid. And so she came about as that. And just to tie her even more into the existing story, I had her be the sister of Zael's rival at the start of the game.
I forgot his name. I know it's in my notes
Name is
somewhere.
in my notes as well.
I just remember that fight being, betrayal, bloody end, and then Capri sunning a gnome or a halfling, something like that.
An Eladrin.
Oh, was it a Eladrin I Capri sunned?
At the start,
awesome.
because you can pre-sun that one pompous knight.
Well, I turned him into a ghoul, so it was fine.
Yeah,
This is the wrong book. It's
That whole chase started off with him with the Raven folk throwing a handful of cinnamon in Zael's face to blind her.
Yep.
God, I remember that episode.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's when she went crazy and ran through
Wait,
the city.
wait. What city was that in again?
That was in
Glimmer
Doesn't matter.
Cross.
Don't worry about it.
That was in Glimmercross, yeah.
That was in
Yeah.
Glimmercross.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The city's gone now.
Because that's where
So-
we met Piper.
Demrol was the Raven folk.
Demrol.
I
Yeah.
have
And I just found it in my notes. Yep.
I have another question for Fox.
Yes.
Seeing as Reen is specifically a subclass that tries to tap into the ley lines, this arcane scarring from the ley line, could that be turned from a curse to a blessing?
It could. It can be. So my initial intention, had this been going on a longer amount of time, because I had planned for that to happen from the ritual before I knew when the end date of this was. So my original intention was for the arcane scarring to essentially over time be fixed by Yixis and Reen, and it would act essentially as a built-in arcane focus.
Oh, cool.
That's
And
awesome.
you would have been able to, over time, alter and change the way this charged arcane energy inside of you manipulates your magic. So whether that ended up being additional bonuses to your DCs or spellcasting rolls, or having it maybe be able to affect the damage types of your spells, it would have really been up to Yixis and Reen how they wanted to approach it and what they wanted to do with it. It was just a delivery method of customization for your magic.
That's cool. What in a few words, what was their background for their character? Like what was their backstory?
I guess that goes with my question. I wanted to ask if anyone had anything that didn't come out in the storyline that they wanted to share.
Yeah.
Xerix was never. He was not a Gnoll designed around the concept of accepted by everybody. It's like they're too busy training and fortifying and not busy enough with paying attention to everything around them. So he was designed in the idea of he spends as little time as possible in the city and more time out doing his own thing to do what everyone else was not doing.
Oh, that's cool.
Zara said to hers a couple times of like her being not necessarily considered as an actual Gnoll by most of the inhabitants in Riftcast or New Daggertree, due to the fact of her mother being a demon lord and pretty much just being tucked away off into the cave with the druids as a means to keep her safe. And that's why she pretty much never really stepped out unless she needed to.
And now you're leader.
I don't know if that's a good thing yet.
It's later.
Xena?
She just she had a really rough time growing up and struggling with who she was at a young age. Being, kind of, you're a boy, you need to act this way, and so she had a hard time because she really enjoyed, wearing makeup and doing all that. So she had kind of a struggle in her early life, but she was really good at fighting and loved it. And so, but she just didn't fit the standard. So she had a really hard time finding a mentor to train her. And so when she did find one, she became very close to him because he saw past, her appearance to who she was and accepted her, and saw her potential. And unfortunately, he died they were away on a pretty dangerous hunting mission in the desert, and she was accompanying them because she was apprenticing under him, and learning from him. And unfortunately, everybody died except for her, and she only survived because he basically shielded her with his body. And so she always tries to go big and goes big and glorious, and to kind of, in a weird way, honor him as well. It just never came up, but she wants to prove that what he saw in her and what he did, saving her life the way he did, was for a reason, and that she was going to make the most of her life because of the chance that he gave her. And so that's kind of her more deep backstory that never really got into, but that's what it is.
Oh,
I like that.
Yexix, you want to go next?
So I mean, basically, the backstory. There's part of the backstory that should be pretty obvious. A Gnoll that wants to read and is intelligent and wants to use magic in Gnoll society. What's going to happen? He's going to be shunned or bullied, or
They are casting.
yeah, any of the above and all of the above. Basically, he was born into a family that cursed having him as a child, and he cursed having them as his family, because there was, for him, it was stifling. It was no room to grow the way he wanted to grow, which is intellectually. So eventually I came up with like, he had a mother, a father, and a brother, and they were all very stereotypical Gnolls, big into battle, hunting, so on and so forth. And they would try to force him into these situations that just terrified him, to try to push him into the stereotypical Gnoll mentality and attitude. And one such trip, they ended up camping in a small cavern, and in the middle of the night they were ambushed by various creatures and whatnot, and it wasn't looking good. So he went to run, and when he ran, he was caught by something. He didn't know what, and he reacted with a fireball right in the middle of the cave. And he turned around in time to see that his family, his mother, brother, and father, were the only ones left standing as the fireball goes off. And it was his father who had grabbed him by the shoulder and was about to probably chew his head off for running, but didn't get a chance to. So the when he calls the shadow spawn, it's him haunting himself and punishing himself because the large male one is his father. It takes the shape of his father. The oil one, the despair, takes the shape of his mother. And the fear one, which I don't think I got to use, it takes the shape of his brother. And that's wwhy they pick on him.
Oh,
Oh, poor
damn.
Yixis.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
fine. He'll get over it.
Wow.
But Zael saw potential in him, but Zael being Zael is not very encouraging. So she probably just shoved him in whatever basement they threw whatever books they happened to bring back or find amongst the loot that they meant to took, but they didn't mean to bring the books back, kind of deal. And said, well, since you're interested, there you go. And so that's the limit of his learning, whatever spells are there, and that's why he doesn't always have super ideal spells. He doesn't actually have a lot of damage dealing spells. He sticks to those. But yeah, on that note though, he the next time he casts summon Shadow Spirit, whatever form it takes, if it's the hold on. If it's the Fury, it's actually going to take 2 forms, and one attack each is going to be one form or the other. And one of them is going to look an awful lot like Xena, and the other one's going to look an awful lot like Iza, because they always worked in tandem on the front lines. And the despair one is going to be Zara, and the fear one is going to be Sabira.
Good.
Glad they changed.
And
I've
they're
already said
not going to pick on him. And
no, they're not.
That's why it was probably a real good idea for Sabira to counterspell that phantasmal killer.
Yeah.
That was manifesting the forms of Yixis's family, which were then going to begin tearing him apart.
And that was me like playing in my head, because even some of the little stuff he was doing here and there, I'm like, no, that we can recover from that. That's fine. No. And then when that started happening, I was like, yes.
Good
I was like,
call.
I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Good call.
Don't pick on him.
Because off of Fox's description, I was going to roll that at disadvantage because he already tortures himself with the family. So
Oh,
Yeah.
That's fair. I would have done the same.
no.
I already mentioned that Iza's an orphan. So she was kind of raised by the pack. She kind of, they're a group of Gnolls pups that were always around, and she was, doing her thing. One of them obviously had more charisma than the other, a little more popular. And before they were of age to be able to go out in hunting parties and leave the camp, this Gnoll tried to organize the other Gnolls to go and sneak out of the camp. Now, I highly doubt the adult Gnolls were unaware of this. But when one time they went out, they got in more trouble than they could handle. And that was the first time Iza had picked up whatever was laying around and used as a shield and protected them, got them out of there, and then managed to escape herself, heavily injured. And the next day, when this Gnoll was trying to get people to go out again, Iza's like, no, you're being stupid, and just punched her in the face. And the brawling was so bad that they had to take Isa to the healers because she was already severely injured. She refused to go for healing because she didn't want to everyone find out they snuck out. And by the time she came out of the healer's hall, this other Gnoll had spread a bunch of nasty rumors about her, essentially just attacking her for no reason and just going basically feral. And which is why no hunting party would take her when she did come of age.
Sabira sees why.
It
That
all
was after
makes
she lost.
sense now.
Sabir only knows her after she lost her intelligence. I gave that up for an ability.
That's true. That's true.
She used to be a little bit smarter.
That's very true.
A
And
little less impulsive.
Xena needs to not forget she's got a very special book she needs to read.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
If
Probably
I'm
by
able
the
to go
time-
beyond 20, because I think I'm already at strength 20. So
I think it does.
does.
It can
That's
That's
the
one of
point
the
it
manuals
does.
that does
It
Adds
it.
the
can go
points
past.
and bumps your max up.
You can go to 22.
yeah, that ride home. That's what Xena's doing. She's
Yeah.
becoming a bookworm. She's gonna get Zara to help her because she's probably gonna need some moments like, what's that word?
Sorry, I can't read.
Yeah,
So-
Zara can't read.
Zara can't read.
Oh
Yeah.
shit. Okay.
Uh,
Sabira then.
You got Yixis and Sabira.
Oh, Yixis is coming. I thought he was staying with. That's right. You're
Yeah.
coming at first, and then you're. gonna go
I
back.
actually was going to stay with Reen, but she in her dialogue, she made it sound like she had other things she needed to do. So he didn't want to press it.
yeah,
Mm.
she's got
gained
some-
confidence, but not gonna force his will on anybody.
Well, she said you were going to be her apprentice, so you got that going for you.
Yeah, so
She-
he got that out of it. So
She's got some stuff that she needs to take care of. She's going to spend some time with Isa. Then once all that's done, she's going to bury her brother and then probably take a vacation, and then she'll seek out Yixis. But once I got everyone's backstories and ideas for their characters, I kind of took some time to sit down and look over everyone and think about, okay, why is Zael going to select each of you to go
This
out
is good.
on this mission? And ultimately, I settled on reasons that have a lot more to do with the future of the Gnolls as opposed to each of you specifically. But you all also ended up just falling into some major categories of the future of their civilization. And so the reason that she chose Zara is because Zara was essentially a symbol of what the Green Mothers can become and create, even if they were not born within the confines of Gnoll. And this kind of goes back also to the choices that Zael has made with like Molly and stuff in the Tuesday campaign. In Zael's eyes, you don't have to be born a Gnoll. You don't even have to look like a Gnoll to be a Gnoll. It is the disposition you have. It is the care that you have for your friends and family around you, and the willingness and eagerness to defend and stand with those people that make you a Gnoll. And she saw that in Zara, but she recognized as well how suppressed it was because of how everyone treated Zara because of her heritage. And Zael wanted to make an effort to allow Zara to see herself the way that Zael saw her. So that was the reason that she chose Zara to go out into the desert. And her hope is that Zara will have learned from this adventure and learned of this camaraderie with her fellow Gnolls, and will bring that back to the settlements and learn from it and teach it to others and be open and willing to accept other people in the long run. Obviously change takes time, to the point where she can hopefully be seen as a leader amongst the Green Mothers.
Everywhere she goes, everyone's trying to make her a damn leader.
Leader Zara.
That's what you get for acting like a leader. And
Yeah.
the reason why she selected Xerax is in part because of everything that was happening within the world at this point in the timeline. All of the trouble with the planes and the control that other creatures and gods and wannabe gods seem to have over the planes. Zael doesn't understand any of it, but she understands that there are people like Xerax that have the capacity to, if not understand it, go further beyond that and influence that control in some way. And so she saw Xerax as someone that could potentially bring that, I hesitate to say power, but bring that understanding to the Gnoll society and allow them to be a part of the conversation that involved these planes and travel through them, and who should essentially hold the key to those doors. Xerax is one of the very, very, very few people within the Gnoll society that has that level of understanding and has those abilities. And so Zael wanted to make sure that she could put him in a position that would nurture that. Iza. Zael has obviously had a soft spot for Tyrus.
Oh,
Yeah.
that made me
And
sad.
she recognized the potential in Iza after seeing the interactions between her and Tyrus. And she fought many, many battles alongside Tyrus and saw Iza as a way to take all of those years of experience and years of knowledge that Tyrus had and allow it to live on, not just through Iza, but through Iza's ability to then pass it on to others. This was not a fighting style that Zael had ever encountered before meeting Tyrus, and being able to let that live on in the world, whether Iza stayed with the Gnolls or went elsewhere, was really important to Zael. And so much like with Xerax, Zael wanted to give Iza that ability to nurture those skills and grow and adapt them so that it could continue to be a part of the world. Now, Xena, there was a lot going on with Xena as to why Zael chose her. And I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get a chance to go back to Reichscast at some point in the adventure, because a lot of that would have come out. But Zael sees so much of herself in Xena, maybe not so much with the shining glory. Zael's not one for covering herself in golden makeup and being in the spotlight, but for those that don't know, several years ago when we first started campaign 2 of Destiny Forged, Zael was a very different character physically. Zael started off as a male Gnoll, and very early on in the campaign, through a chance interaction with some Fae, I believe they were.
Our first encounter with Fae, like episode 4.
First encounter with Fae. Fae being Fae, they thought it would be funny to gender swap Zael and put her in a dress. And I think she had to have like they were having a tea party or something.
Yeah, it was with
Tea party on the ceiling.
Yep.
Tea party on the ceiling. That's what it was.
Yep.
And so in that moment, Zael became the female that she's known as now. And so when she encountered Xena's story and saw how people were treating Xena and how Zael herself wanted people and demanded people treat her, she really felt for Xena. And she knew that she had to make sure that Xena always felt like she either had a place amongst the Gnolls or had the ability to create her place amongst the Gnolls. And so if it had ever come up, you would have absolutely seen Zael give Xena special treatment, much more than anyone else.
Oh.
Now, Yixis wasn't selected for this journey. Yixis was kind of pulled into it through no fault of his own. And Zael was distraught when she found out that Yixis was pulled into it. Not distraught because Yixis was now in danger, although she didn't want him to get hurt. She was distraught because her daughter's best friend was now in danger. And as the adventure went on, and Zael, spoiler alert, she was spying on you guys. As the adventure went on,
I mean, shocking.
she saw how Yixis was more or less being forced out of his shell from time to time. And she thought that that would be a very, very valuable learning experience for him. She treasured that he was a wizard and that his pursuit was knowledge. She knows that that is a necessary pursuit for Gnoll society to advance. So again, she didn't want him to get hurt, but she also felt that he couldn't just live in a library his whole life. So she wanted to make sure he was out there with you guys, with people that would watch over him and care for him, but also make sure he was in a position to pull his own weight. Part of it was also perhaps a little bias on Zael's part, knowing that the relationship between Yixis and Zaela was
Close.
bordering on more than friendly from time to time. She wanted to make sure that Yixis was a strong pup. He didn't, or she didn't want her daughter with someone that would cower away from challenge. So she wanted to make sure that Yixis also had that experience in his life.
Make him worthy.
Pretty much. But I think a lot of how she saw Yixis also came out after she spent several hours yelling at you guys on the mountain. And Sabira was someone else, though we didn't get to see it very much, but she was someone else that got perhaps a little bit more special treatment than anyone else did from Zael. Not so much because they were friendly in any way, but Zael also understood the importance of history. Gnolls up to this point did not have a written history, and Sabira's pursuit was that of history and knowledge. And so Zael recognized that this is a person that has an interest that has been missing in our society for generations. And so, like, I need to do what I can to make sure that this person can pursue that interest and perhaps instill it in others. So that's why Zael initially sent Sabira out on the adventure that you guys happened across her on out in the desert. And so she was trying to give Sabira everything that she needed to discover not just the history of the Gnolls, if that was even out there somewhere, but the history of this part of the world, and to help Sabira perhaps find the reason or the place in which Gnolls should stand within this world. She knew that Sabira's proclivities were perhaps not seen in a pleasant way with most people, is the nicest way I can put it. She talks to dead people. She spends a lot of time with dead people. I mean, Gnolls, they work with witherlings, so it's not too uncommon for them, but it's still incredibly unnatural. And what's further, Severa seems to make friends with dead people, and that's where it gets a
best
little
friends.
weird. But Zael recognized the importance of Severa's desires, so she wanted to do everything that she could to nurture them, which is why she did not pull Severa back to Wraith's Cast after discovering that the group had happened across her. So that's kind of the reasoning for all of you being selected to go out into the desert on this adventure, and the vague instructions that Zael gave you right off the bat was very deliberate, because she wanted you to go out there and find your purpose for yourselves, which I think all of you did eventually.
Yeah.
I think so.
So I do want to say, just a little off topic of that, I mentioned at the end in the epilogue that Isa is going to tell stories of pretty much anyone she comes across, everyone and their adventures. When these stories come back to Riskcast or wherever you guys are and you happen across them, they are literally the best of you guys. Like, she doesn't mention any of the failures. She doesn't mention like Yixis bribing the dragon to leave. No, Yixis defeated the dragon. You know, it is literally the best of what happened to us, embellished to the point where it sounds like we did absolutely nothing wrong in this entire thing, except for when it comes to herself. She sounds more like she didn't do much. She was just happened to be there, essentially. But she really does make you guys out to be the heroes of the group in you guys' own way. So those stories are now circulating, which is also getting knowledge of the Gnolls out into the world.
Xena for sure is creating some jams about their adventures too.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Your stories are way better than Isa's. Isa's just telling anyone that will listen.
Xena's stories tame celestials.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's a story she tells too.
Yeah. I mean, it will take a few years, but I think after a long period of time, when she's got a nice chunk of notes, Subira would definitely start creating official publications of what she's discovered, actual history books. And within the histories, she will actually talk about a few of the things that we all went through. One of them actually being how it was fascinating to witness a Gnoll basically serenade a celestial being, and how crazy that was. Because I mean, realistically, most of the things that you guys did was very Gnoll-esque, and her whole goal was to not only record it, because like Fox mentioned, there's really barely anything recorded. So it's her form of recording it and the behaviors, but at the same time, the growths that came from it and how we can change, because that was kind of her ultimate goals, to show that we're not savages, we can evolve. It sucks that most of us are acting like savages, but we are capable of better things. And within her notes kind of tells how this weird ass group is sort of proof. You kind of like over time became a social experiment to her, but at the same time, she was just like, okay, yeah, they're actually like giving her some faith in Gnolls, that they can evolve and grow and change. So after many years of that, then the publication would come out. So if Zara learns to read by then, she'd probably know about it.
What's the title of her first book?
Dead and Back Again.
Oh God, no.
I mean, it does kind of fit.
No.
No, because she's a historian of sorts, it would be something like so boring and professional, like Gnoll Society Edition 1, hard copy, and then it's just the same damn thing, just Edition 2, Edition 3, Edition 4. Super boring.
There was one point that I had created that you guys could have come across in the desert that I'm a little sad that Subira missed out on, because it was going to be an interaction with a character who is a traveling writer. He is an author who was actually seen, albeit very briefly, in Sonata 1 in the town.
Yes.
Yes, when you guys left to go up to Winterclaw Keep, you
Yes.
stopped briefly and talked to him, and then
Snowdrop got an autographed copy of his book.
yes,
Yes.
yep, and
Oh
you
my
later
God.
found him dead.
No drop.
Oh,
And
that's
he was going
right.
to be in the desert. You would have come across him. You would have seen the wounds from that, but he would have been an undead version of himself.
Oh, she would have
And,
a field day.
The
Oh, I
book,
remember him.
the book that I think it was Sabira got, Blunderous Teleportation. That's one of his
Yes.
books. And if you had found
Oh.
him, he would have offered you more of his books.
Yep.
I created this character before Sonata 1 even existed. I wanted to create a character that would basically travel the world and write history books and novels about the cultures across the world.
So what Sabira wants to do.
Yeah, and that was this character. And so he has several books that you'll probably come across throughout my adventures. And one of them is Blunderous Teleportation. Another one is The Lost Sea and Me. And he has The Secrets of Shimmering Bay. My favorite, The Logistics and Uses of Prestidigitation as it pertains to cannibalism.
Specific.
Very, very specific book.
I don't remember which book Snowdrop got signed. Now that I think about it.
It was the Shimmering Bay one.
Was it? Okay, I'll have to go back and watch
But
it.
if you guys had come across him, he would have asked you for directions to Wright's Cast because he was working on a new book about Gnolls. And at some point, those of you that were there for this part of the Tuesday game will know where this name comes from. But once that book is completed, it is going to be titled Accidental Orgy, My Time with the Gnolls.
Yes.
101 practical uses of Sleepy Time Tea.
Sleepy Time Tea. It's exactly why Ash got it. Oh my God.
And I think the interaction between this guy and Sabira would have just been so great. Because not only did they have the same interests in writing these books, but he was also undead.
Oh, it's a double whammy. It's like, you're going to be my best friend. You're never leaving my side. Let's do this together. Let's go.
That's okay. He will make appearances throughout other adventures. His name is Renaud Keratin. He is a pale ginger. He was not in a good place in the desert because gingers do well under the sun. So it would have been, I think, an entertaining interaction, but that's okay.
Her encounter with him definitely would be, I think goes without saying, nowhere near as over the top as Snowdrop's was. But she definitely would have been very nerdy in her own way talking to him. And that makes me sad. But she's going to wander the desert for a while to collect the history still, so
I'm sure
she'll probably still encounter him.
Oh my God. It would have been an opportunity to see her come out of her shell a little bit, I think.
Yeah, that definitely was a good opportunity. I mean, you guys kind of saw it a little bit when Yith was around, because she's fascinated by Yith.
Yeah.
Even more so after he came back being an almost lich. She was like, "Tell me about it."
Little does she know that he's like the ultimate author right now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are getting close to our regular end time here. So if there's any last things that any last questions anyone has for each other or about
two things,
the setting or anything.
One, I want to put something because I've been planning on doing this ever since I picked up the spell. But once Yixis gets back to Risk Cast, he's going to begin on a daily basis casting at Yixis or at Zael's abode. And once he's got a second spell slot, a 4th level to do so, he's going to do this on a daily basis at his own place too. But first and foremost at Zael's. He's going to begin casting Mordekainen's Private Sanctum every day for a year. And basically make Zael's home, and eventually Yixis's home, aka the library, completely safe from scrying, divination, magic, other such things.
That's awesome.
Oh snap! No planar travel, no teleport. It's completely protected. Dang.
That's very similar
Very
to
cool.
the temples that Shara creates.
That's really cool.
So that'll be a thing. Another thing, while they're still in Delore, he's going to grab some sending stones with the crazy amount of gold that he has, because we never spent a cent.
Yep.
Mhm.
We don't need gold.
Let's go.
And he's going to give one to Reen so that they can keep track of the number of spells being cast, so that people don't randomly
that's a
get
good
swept
idea.
up in tidal waves.
That's a good idea.
Until such a time that they can make a stone that just has a number 1, 2, 3, and it just tracks between the two of them, so that they can just look, oh, if I cast a spell right now, something weird's going to happen.
Just an armband
So,
that you look at.
I just have a request. When you add these to your inventory, there's a name I need you to use. They're your Rocky Talkies.
Ah.
I like it.
I love it.
So I'm sorry, I wanted to put that into the epilogue, but we moved on too quickly. So I do have one more question for HB Fox.
Yes, sir.
I think we can all identify some of the very obvious places where we entirely derailed everything you had planned.
Yes.
Yeah.
But can you tell us what some of the biggest and most shocking, like completely unexpected out of the blue for you ones were?
Probably us getting out of the desert.
The first
I mean,
one.
that's obvious.
The first one, when you guys were halfway through a dungeon and decided, yeah, we don't want to do this anymore, and you just left in the Colosseum Underground.
That's true.
That was a bit of a
Still regret
surprise. I had created the Colosseum Underground thinking, okay, they're either going to go in here and do it, or they're just not going to go in here. I did not create it thinking, okay, they're going to go in here, do half of it, and then leave.
The first time in D&D history that a group has walked out of a dungeon.
Right? And
That's
I
day.
had packed so much triggers in there for you guys in the 2 rooms that you didn't go in. So many triggers for what you can do now out in the desert now that you've completed this dungeon.
Oh.
And then you left the dungeon without any of the triggers going off. And I'm like, oh, well, shit, what do I do now?
I don't even remember why we left. Like, what
Zara
made...
said we should leave.
The spider.
God
I mean,
damn it,
Spider.
Zara.
It was a reasonable decision.
We were really hurt too.
Because it was you guys were
Oh.
injured, and it was just you guys, because Yixis wasn't
Yeah.
there yet
Yeah.
either. So
It was the
and you
4
guys
of
were
us.
not looking good.
Yeah, and
For the scenario that you faced, it was a reasonable decision.
yeah, because it was a sand spider that had some weird webs, weird fire resistant webs, and Zara was just like, nope, this is
Yep.
not us. We're out.
Yeah. And that's when Isa decided Zara should be leader.
Yep.
Then your fate was sealed.
Should have just fought the spider.
Yep.
And another time was after getting the abilities from the monk and having a decent idea of a direct path in which to take. That threw me off a little bit, because when in D&D history has a party ever followed and stuck strictly to the direct path? And so you guys were hitting all of these points that was going to bring you right back around to Wright's Cast without doing any of the side quests, essentially, that would have given you all the historical information that you were out here for. So that threw me off a little bit. And then wanting to stay with Reen. I knew there was a good chance that you guys were going to want to save her. I didn't know
Fucking K.
that you guys were going to want to travel with her. I thought it was going to be, okay, we saved you. Everybody has rested, healed up. We all feel safe again. Okay, let's go our separate ways. but instead it was all of that Isa dying fiasco and everything that followed that was then like, okay, well, I've just paired them with this like 17th level caster and they're asking her for help. I can't just say, nah, I don't know magic and leave.
I mean, you could have gone, well, why should I even bother to help you, a group of Gnolls? I don't like Gnolls. And
That's a
You
point
just saved her
why.
life.
But
You
I
just
don't
saved
know
her life,
magic.
Yeah,
so
we
I
just
couldn't
saved
do
her
that.
life.
she
So
still could have been bitter.
So
Not to mention, I figured that like
Yeah.
after spending the night at the Coliseum and everything, we kind of like exchanged our thank yous. Hey, we saved your life, you saved ours. Cool. Maybe the next day, hang out a little bit, go our separate ways. But then the whole shit with Isa happened, and it was like,
You're welcome.
hey, you're strong. Can you help?
Yeah.
You're welcome. I got us a buddy.
And so when you guys told her about the issue that Isa was having, I looked at the spells that Reen knew, and I saw all of her ley line stuff, and I knew all of the ritual information that she had, and her ability to traverse a labyrinth to really anywhere in the world. And I couldn't reasonably say, no, this character can't help them. So I looked at our world map and I was like, okay, where is likely the strongest ley line going to be? And you guys just happened to be near that spot where
Where it crashed
Cal's
the boat.
lady friend resided.
Yeah.
And I mean, knowing the power that she has and all the conversation that we had with her, I figured,
yeah.
okay, well, it makes sense that maybe like a greater ley line or something is going right over top of where her lair was. So that's where Reen is going to take you.
If at any point in time, for some reason or another, the Gnolls would have gone into Underlight, Zara would have refused to leave.
I was gonna
I
say, because it's all the
thought-
That
mushroom
would be
people.
adorable.
It's all
It's
the
all the
myconids.
fungus.
It's all the
Yes.
myconids.
That would have been actually kind of cool, though, to see
the
Zara
mushroom
still down
people.
there.
Mm-hmm.
And the
There's-
mushroom people, yeah.
At least 3 times that I was like really thrown off during this adventure. And one of them, admittedly, was my own doing.
Well, I mean, Zara has a really strong tie that she doesn't know about to the Underlight.
Mm-hmm.
She's the one that revived Cal after the Paladin fight.
No, she's
Or
the one.
The library fight.
She's the one who told one of the other druids to fix this
Yeah.
or fix that, is what she said.
You were the asshole.
Yep.
'Cause she wasn't a high enough level to be able to cast Revivify.
Yeah.
So she was just like, yeah, you fix this.
On the lines of things not going how they expected, if Sabira had not chewed out Isa, Isa would have returned to risk cast with everyone and literally would have stuck to Zara's side like glue.
Yay,
And Zara
gross.
would have no moment of peace ever in her life ever again.
That'd be actually funny.
You can thank Sabira for that.
I do have one little thing, just for funsies, because who knows, and if it comes up in a later mini campaign, if we bring these guys back, it's really okay. Y'all want to know who her patron was?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dorisane, the Ghoul King.
No!
Arch nemesis
Ooh.
of Yunogu and the right hand of Orcus,
Oh shit.
Damn.
the Ghoul King himself.
I do have, sorry, I know we're running over a little bit, but for when the ritual ended for Isa, and you kind of described that cage in the back of her mind where the
Yes.
demon lords were stuck to. Is that like they're still there, they still have control of her soul, and they're just shoved to a back corner of her mind? Or how does that actually affect her?
So that was more symbolism than anything else. Previous to that point, rather, these 2 demon lords were vying for control over your soul. And so the image of them being caged was basically a symbol of them being shut out, of you regaining control of your soul and where you desire to end up when the day comes that you eventually die. Now, when I made that a point to bring up in what you were seeing and what Isa was understanding, I had made a little note for myself that over time, the symbol of those cages, of those bars holding them back, was going to deteriorate. And the day will come again when Isa has to fight for control of her soul. But that day is far in the future. And hopefully when that day comes, she will have far more allies and friends and capable family that can help her with it.
That's why Subira was a little upset that she couldn't commune with her patron, because she knows her patron would love to jump at the opportunity to say fuck you, Yunogu, and try to maybe potentially release her or make a deal with her or whatever, but it would just be a nice fuck you too.
So let's add a third one in. Let's put a third one
Yeah,
on her soul.
He'd be nicer to you. It's fine.
Totally fine, you know?
He's patient.
Let me just piss off the Ininogu's enemy with the shrine. Just knock that down too. It's fine.
So there's one brief note I want to mention, one point that we missed on the desert map that I'm kind of sad that we missed. It was one that was immediately north of Wraith's Cast. You guys thought about going there for just a moment, but opted instead to go to the Colosseum. And that is a large snaking dune that is to the north of Wraith's Cast. If you had gone there, you would have met a family of nomadic tabaxi.
Oh!
And you would have come across their children who would be riding little makeshift boards down the sand dunes. And if you had interacted with them and not attacked them, if you had interacted with them, there would have been the opportunity for a sand surfing contest with these little tabaxi children.
Oh my god, that would have been so adorable.
I feel like Xena, who's restoring the Colosseum, would eventually make it out that way.
Was that the
They'd be
same
long gone
tribe?
by then.
Was that the
Damn
same
it.
tribe as oh god, was it Wind and Fire? Or,
Smoke on
oh,
fire,
shit.
smoke on water, and fire in sky.
Yes, was it that same tribe?
I imagined they would probably have some sort of affiliation with that tribe or
Okay.
relationship with that tribe.
Oh,
I didn't develop them any further beyond these are some nomadic tabaxi.
Oh, that's cool.
These are their names and brief history of them, but
That's so
their
cool.
affiliations I didn't go into.
Not that we would know anything about them
Fair
as
enough.
characters, but the players would have been like, oh,
And
we kind of know them.
I was looking at my calendar here that I wrote all the important dates on like a month and a half, 2 months ago for things that were happening at what point in this campaign. And I just realized that the day on the calendar that this campaign is ending on is also the day that Zael is giving birth. So that kind of worked out in a weird way.
Wow.
That's adorable.
She better fucking contact Ash and everyone. I mean, you can't right now because we're kind of in a different dimension fighting, for our lives. But, when we get out, you should totally ping us.
I'd just like to point out that sending crosses dimensions.
I
No,
feel
sending-
like
Crosses play. Sending goes against.
This marble has to be on the same plane. That's how we reached out to Molly before.
But
Yeah.
the spell spending will go across planes.
Oh,
Not in the
got
vault, it won't.
Damn it.
I feel like Zael's probably gonna want to rest a little bit first before telling
Fine.
people.
Oh,
Blood
and
on.
Fox, did I ever give you a message about? Did I ever message you back about who Zael was trying to contact after everything opened up?
You did send a brief reply. Didn't go into any real detail, but you did kind of answer
Mhm.
one of the questions
Okay.
that I posed.
That was fun. Thank you again.
Yeah,
That was a
so
lot of fun.
Thank you, everybody, all the players and all the viewers that stuck around for the entirety of this adventure. It was a hell of a thing to run, the longest adventure that I've ever DM'd, so that's something.
Just getting more and more closer to that just consistent campaign.
Almost
Yeah,
a year.
might- Sonata kind of needs it.
Stu Sonata.
Don't.
Sonata needs a consistent campaign.
Everyone wants it.
It just needs a warning first that it's going to be a long campaign.
And a dark
I
campaign.
need to play Kage-san more.
I'm not gonna play Snowdrop for a campaign. She would annoy the fuck out of me.
There you go.
It's
like,
I
I've never
will
wanted to
run
kill a
Sonata
character.
as a full open-ended campaign if Zoro plays Snowdrop.
Do it, Zoro. Do it. Do it. Do it.
I'll-
Do it. She can always have something traumatic happen to her and she can stop being bubbly.
I do have
I'll
fairy
work on it.
wings. I do have fairy wings. I might consider it.
I will think about it. Let's wait and see what next year is going to look like for the channel and for our
Right.
schedule. I'll
Yeah.
think about it.
Understandable.
But until then, Sonata 3 pending dates November.
Sometime later this year, hopefully. And speaking of other campaigns, since this is the last episode of Gnoll Way Out, we will be taking a brief break before Mass Effect returns. From the sounds of it, it's going to be returning likely on the 6th. Is that the gist that I'm getting here?
It's just bad timing. When we were originally going to move, it would just kind of suck to come back for like a week and then skip the next week for moving, especially when I don't know if the computer will be set up by then. So instead of just coming back just to take another week off, it would just be so much easier if we just did it right after that. That way we could just go straight.
So that means we will be having no Monday shows on the 16th, 23rd, or 30th. But Monday after that, the 6th, we will be returning with Mass Effect Horizons. And I think we are all super excited for that.
We are
Mhm.
minus. You won't have Mel that day because I'll be on vacation. But
Mother, fuck.
I'm super sad to see
I'll
this
also
campaign
be on
end.
vacation the next time. So you'll have
God,
to.
fuck.
You're gonna
damn
have to
it.
come up with an excuse for Mel to be gone for the
You-
first two games.
You know, where we
Sorry.
left off, it kind of works well for Mel to disappear into the ship and try and repair it.
Yeah.
Especially since
A child was flying it.
Yeah.
not only that, but I mean, you sort of crash landed the fucking Mako Volkswagen on the docks, so that will need some repairs as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't just crash land on that. I went on a full killing spree with that thing and started running over everybody on it.
Yeah,
Got
but
some dents.
feel free to have the group go out and do stuff while leaving Mel behind to repair. That's fair.
Don't worry, you guys actually finished an arc, so I can see you guys having a couple of RP episodes before then. I mean, if maybe a battle, but nothing super crazy until you come back. So especially
But if
after
we're
this
gonna
long
have
break.
RP
Well, after
episodes,
we
I
had
want
such a
Mel to
long
be
break,
there.
I don't want her to miss out on any like super important stuff. So I'm going to
do
purposely
a side mission. Go do
Mel-
something on the
I'll-
planet.
I'm gonna come up with something to where it's like a little mini side mission, whether it's on that planet or on a different planet on the way to the Citadel.
How
I
is
know.
Athelia's going to torture Mel with being half naked all the time?
I know. We're gonna do a bunch of mini games, one of which will be Dreskar's date night.
Oh God, is it speed dating? So yeah, September 6th, that's coming back.
And of course, we do have other shows on the channel as well. Tuesdays, that is tomorrow for the calendar impaired people. We have Destiny Forged returning with our further adventures into the volcano inside of the Crazy Man's Labyrinth.
Yeah.
I am really excited for whatever is to come with this volcano, probably more so than I think any of the other characters. This
Well,
volcano
Trial
with-
2 of
and
4,
when
we're
you have
almost halfway
just-
there.
When you have a character that's impervious to fire and
Yeah.
everybody else is like
Fuck
shit,
you.
shit, lava.
It's
Yeah.
Lava!
Look,
Um,
Dex strength was my dump stack. My Dex ain't that great either. This is
Not good times. Not good
my
times
con's
for-
not great either. So
So
Spellcaster.
we'll see what happens there. That is tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Pacific. Then we also have our Saturday games, 2 alternating games. There's Wayward Wanderers, our Pathfinder 2 Extinction Curse. forgot the word extinction for a moment there, campaign run by the lovely Azarin, and they are finishing up book 3. They have just finished book 3. I missed the last episode, so I don't know what's happened.
Some exciting things happened.
Yeah. There's some really interesting things that happened.
A certain cleric got her deck
Deck?
minion.
What kind of deck?
No,
No, not what
minion
you're thinking.
from the deck.
You say deck, and it's just
And just terror.
No.
the deck, but it was where you end up with a servant.
yes, that's
Yeah.
right. I recall Azarin talking about setting that up for.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
And it was
that's pretty
a
cool.
really awesome way how it came up. So it was really cool.
Yeah, so definitely tune in to that show. And on the other Saturdays, we have Withered Wastes, which is our post Arcane Apocalypse campaign, where we are slowly but surely all breaking down and losing our minds. That campaign.
Yeah. Yep.
There's stuff happening.
We haven't even traveled that far. There's
really
so
haven't.
much happening.
And
We get so unlucky.
Yeah.
that campaign is in a really interesting spot right now, I think, because we're all kind of seeing each other outside of our comfort zones. At least those of us that have resided within the city for a while are now most definitely outside of our comfort zones. So
It's fine.
Yeah.
This is
Well,
fine.
I don't think it is. A bird lives in my eye socket. So
It's
Hey,
normal.
nothing's wrong with Ruger.
I love Ruger. It's just a little weird. That I believe we are returning this Saturday with the next episode of that. So tune into that at noon. And the 5th episode of our lore talk show, Behold Lore, just aired this past Saturday. That will be, it's not available in podcast format yet because I was really sick Saturday and Sunday,
no.
so I haven't had time, but I'm going to be getting on it here in the next couple days to get that ready. It will be available on all major podcasting platforms. You can find the hub to all of the platforms that all of our shows are on by going to beholdrp.com, including the link to our YouTube channel, which has an archive of every show that we do here on Twitch. So thank you one final time to everybody that took part in the grand adventure that this was. I had a blast. I hope you did too. We will see you tomorrow.